Chapter 39, 38. Gax. July 1, 2010. The next morning, I woke up earlier than everyone else. Grandpa and the girls were still asleep resting after yesterday. Since I had nothing to do, I decided to take a walk around the base. In the armory there was just a huge pile of guns of different types. In principle, I didn't need them, but I took a couple of bigger and more powerful cannons. Transformed into an upgrade, I absorbed these cannons and added them to my robot form. So, they can be useful to me. I didn't take anything else from the weapon, anyway, they certainly won't make me stronger. Then I went to look for the hangar, which I found only 5 minutes later. Why the heck do a maze in this place? I got lost 3 times. There was almost nothing in the hangar, a couple of planes, one large spaceship and a Quinjet. Everything was broken. I immediately really liked the Quinjet and decided to check it out. It was missing a few parts, but I found a replacement in the spaceship. Turning into an upgrade again, I put all the parts together and repaired the Quinjet. Then I swallowed it. The Quinjet was very similar to the one used by the Avengers. After being absorbed, it turned black with blue lines all over the board. The Quinjet itself was fast enough to fly the entire Earth along the equator in an hour. And thanks to the improvements of the upgrade, this time has been reduced by half. Also, can fly into space on it, but not for long, maximum 3 hours. And this is with improvements. In order for it to be able to travel through space without restrictions, I need to install a shield and improve several parts. But these details are not here, all this will have to be done in my laboratory. I returned to the armory again and took away a dozen guns, which I added to the Quinjet. Just in case. Even on such a small ship, weapons will not hurt. After completing all the improvements to the Quinjet, I returned to human form. There was nothing more interesting on this base. Of course, I wanted to take the sub-energy that Driscoll wanted to steal at the end of the series, but even I would have a hard time getting to him without the keys. So I decided to just wait, anyway I will get my hands on it at the end of the summer. This energy source would be ideal for a spaceship that I will build in the future. I already have a course and a regulator. There are only a few main components left to get. I already have the rest of the consumables. Speaking of consumables, I remembered that now, right next to the base, there was a heap of scrap metal. It can be useful to me, it is always useful to have a supply of resources. So after transforming into the Two-Tails, I teleported outside and began to collect the remains of the robots. I decided to take whatever I can. It took me a full hour to move all the scrap metal to my cave. It's good that there was an additional warehouse under the main base. I also decided to reinforce my upgrade robot a bit again. Absorbed one of the same robot and several improved drones. Now my robot is twice as large as usual, and there are just a huge number of guns. Satisfied with my work, I returned to base at Mount Rushmore. I was sure that everyone was already awake. But it turned out not. Since I still had free time, I went to the hangar, since this base no longer has such a large and open space. I wanted to check out the alien race Chimera Sui Generis. That is, the Vilgax race. During our first skirmish, I was able to take DNA from Vilgax. I didn't want to use this alien against Vilgax himself, as I am not familiar with him. And Vilgax is clearly better at understanding his own race than I am. I would definitely lose. After activating the watch, I turned the dial to a silhouette similar to Vilgax. Slapping on the clock, I turned into my new alien. After the last modification of the Omnitrix, the transformation took only 1 second. Having transformed, I began to examine myself. I was very much like Vilgax. But it was about 30 centimeters lower. And also less massive. Well, this is understandable. After all, the last time Vilgax almost died in order to fully recover, he went through genetic modifications, and not only. I was dressed in black armor with a white line on the chest. The Omnitrix symbol is on this very line. There are thorns on the knees and shoulder pads. There are 4 green tentacles on the face. By the way, I can't manage them at all. They can only hang out. On my hands were black gloves without fingers. The arms themselves are a collection of 5 large tentacles that I can deploy and attack with. There is also our green pouches on the head. The eyes are dark blue. Having finished examining myself, I decided to test Gax's powers. So, I decided to name this alien. Understandably, in honor of Vilgax. The first thing I did was to test my thermal vision. Concentrating, I fired lasers from my eyes into the wall. The lasers themselves were blue and strong enough to pierce a reinforced wall with no problem. After firing one more shot, I wished that the place of the shot would ignite. It happened the 3rd time. Conveniently. Apparently, my lasers are weaker than Vilgax's. After a little thought, I decided to try to amplify the lasers with magic. Activating the flow of magic, I directed mana into his eyes. Then I fired. The laser beam from my eyes blew me 20 meters before I finally thought of turning off my thermal vision. Coming to my senses, I got to my feet and looked at the destruction that I had caused. Oh! I destroyed the entire hangar with my lasers. And it seems now the ceiling will collapse. If this happens, it will be very bad. Quickly coming up with a plan, I turned into a sandman and started using sand to fill in any cracks in the walls and ceiling. After that, I compacted the sand as much as possible in order to avoid destruction. After completing this work, I turned into a diamond head and using the crystals I created, I covered all the walls and ceiling with it. Now nothing will collapse. I can relax. Deciding not to take any more risks, I left the hangar. Despite all the noise I made, no one woke up. I still found a spacious enough place to test my physical strength in the form of Gax. Apparently it was once a warehouse, but now it is empty. The room itself was 3 times smaller than the hangar. But that's enough for me. The first thing I did was test my strength. Gax was slightly weaker than the normal 4 arms. And this is taking into account the serum. I could run at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and jump to a height of 20 meters. It seems I can go higher, but the ceilings of the warehouse do not allow it. And so I crashed into the ceiling. Do not forget that Chimera Sui Generis is, in fact, a humanoid octopus, so I can breathe calmly underwater, in this form. My tentacles are wildly powerful. When I release them, I can easily control them. Each tentacle is like a separate limb for me. It is very convenient and useful. Finally, I decided to get my sword. He's a big for Gax, but in principle I can handle him normally in this way. This may be useful to me for the future. I don't always use a sword in the form of Tetramand. Apparently, I am about 3 times weaker than Vilgax. And this is with serum. While this is understandable, Vilgax is already 200 years old, he trained all his life. Also went through modifications. And my Gax is still a teenager. After practicing for another half hour, I decided to return. Approaching the mobile home, I was about to open the door when it opened itself and Gwen came out from inside. Seeing me, Gwen immediately screamed at the top of her lungs and woke Grandpa and Ashley. Looking at myself, I realized that I had forgotten to return to human form and all this time I was in the image of Gax. Realizing my mistake, I immediately became myself, until Gwen began to attack me. "Calm down, Gwen, it's me," I said, trying to calm my cousin. "Lex? It's you?" Gwen asked fearfully. "Yes, I said nodding. Gwen, what is it? Are you okay?" Grandfather jumped out of the bus in only shorts, at the ready with a gun. "Grandpa, everything is fine. I scared Gwen by accident," I said soothing, this time, to Grandfather. "What's happened?" asked Grandpa, lowering his weapon. "I was checking out a new alien and forgot to return to human form. Gwen saw me and was scared," I said calmly. "Gwen, why are you scared?" Max wearily asked. What did you want from me? I got out of bed still sleepy, didn't find Lex anywhere and decided to look for him. I go outside, and here is Vilgax. I thought he came back to destroy us, said the angry Gwen. Vilgax? Asked me, with a raised eyebrow, Max. The new alien available is Chimera Sui Generis. I said. Clear. Be careful next time. After all, we all do not have very good associations with this race, said the grandfather calmly. Good. Agreed, I said. Chimera Sui, what? Gwen asked, not understanding anything. This is the Vilgax race. I told. Ah, then I understand, Gwen said with a nod. Okay. Let's go already from here. We will have breakfast at the nearest cafe, said the grandfather and returned to the RV. Gwen and I followed him. Ashley was already awake, but she was still too sluggish. After putting himself in order, Grandpa got behind the wheel and turned on the elevator. Having risen to the surface, we went to a restaurant. Chapter 39. Phil. We arrived at Rapid City. It is the closest city to Mount Rushmore. It was on this city that Vilgax's robots attacked to lure me out. Having stopped the mobile home near the nearest restaurant, Grandpa Max took us inside. He decided to give us a real feast in honor of the victory over Vilgax. It was already dark when we left the restaurant. Still, the others slept for a very long time. We got into the RV again and was about to leave the city when a fire truck drove past us. Realizing that someone needed help, Grandpa went to get the firefighters. I was too lazy to do anything, so I wanted to leave everything to the girls. I would only watch them through echolocation, just in case. The firefighters, although most likely they were rescuers since there was no fire, they arrived at some old building, which was some kind of house museum. It looks like the caretaker of this museum called the rescuers, as some alien was going crazy inside. I decided to check the house with echolocation and saw the havoc beast inside. These are such aliens that live in null void. There are only two types of them, red and blue. This building was now the red havoc. This species is small, only 30 centimeters long, but they are very dexterous. They can be difficult to catch. And they always make a mess. While Havoc was making his creative mess, a man with a weapon sneaked up behind him. It was Phil Billings, an old partner of Grandfather when he was a plumber. Phil was wearing an old-style space plumber uniform. At that moment, the girls already wanted to get off the bus and go to the building, but I stopped them with the words. Wait. It makes no sense for you to go there. What? Why? Ashley asked. There is already someone, he is with a weapon and is just now going to catch the alien. I said. Who is this? Gwen asked. I don't know, but, Grandpa, you will be interested. Judging by the outlines, this hunter is wearing the plumber's spacesuit. I said. Truth? Asked the surprised Grandfather. Yes. And the alien inside is Havoc Beast. I said. Then let's go and see, said Grandfather and got off the bus, and we followed him. Just then, Phil was finally able to hit the alien with a weapon shot and stun him. Putting Havoc in a small safe, he went outside. The hunter caught the alien. It will be out now, I told everyone. A minute later, Phil came out of the building. He carried a safe with an alien in right hand and a weapon in left. Phil was an ordinary man, with an average face. He was about 50 years old, his hair was black with gray. Seeing the hunter, Grandfather exclaimed in surprise. Phil? Max? Seeing Grandpa, Phil was also surprised and quickened his pace went to us. Approaching us, Phil put the safe on the ground and immediately hugged Grandfather. Grandpa also hugged Phil back and they started laughing. Phil? The same Phil which you sent Vilgax with on the rocket? I asked, making a fool. Stopping hugging, Grandpa said, introducing us. Yes, this is it. Phil, this is my grandchildren's Lex, Gwen, and Ashley. Hearing the words of Max, Ashley was at first embarrassed, and then directly lit up with happiness. Apparently, she really liked that Max called her a granddaughter. Grandpa, do you know each other? Gwen asked. We are not just acquainted. We were partners, said Phil, and taking the safe went to the side of his car. Phil, how are you? Asked Grandpa, following him. Good. I caught Havoc Beast like the good old days. Phil replied. Havoc, you tell? But they haven't been since we caught the alien that terrorized Denver years ago. Grandpa said thoughtfully. Looks like Grandpa doesn't really trust Phil. Or at least suspects him of something. After all, I told him about the alien, but he still plays a fool. Still, Max has a lot of experience and he has seen a lot in life. I immediately realized that something was wrong here. He also seems to have noticed my wary behavior towards Phil. I just couldn't do anything about it. I know what Phil really is. And right away, I didn't like this Phil as soon as I saw him. Something emanates from him, unpleasant. Gwen seems to feel it too. And Ashley has not yet recovered from happiness, so there is little use from her now. To Grandpa's words, Phil replied. Yes, it's good that I accidentally passed by. The plumber will always remain them. Have you thought about getting back into business again, Max? Relive glorious days. At Phil's words, I could only roll my eyes. My action, by the way, was noticed by everyone except Phil. Grandpa gave me a quick glance and then said, No, buddy, I'm retired. And the organization collapsed. Yes. It's all because of you. Once you destroyed this Vilgax, we became unemployed. Said Phil, as if in jest, but the words themselves were unpleasant. I've done my job. Replied Grandpa, frowning. Yes, but now it looks like work has appeared again. To be honest, I decided to start my own business. Phil said. Grandpa and Phil talked a little longer, after which, under the pretext that we were in a hurry, we left. Well, tell me. Sitting behind the wheel, Grandpa asked me. What to tell? I asked. Why did you react to Phil like that? You obviously didn't like him. Max said shrewdly. I had such a feeling from him. Unpleasant. I do not know how to explain. Gwen felt it too. I said. Gwen, is it true? Asked Grandpa. Yes, Grandpa, Lex is right. With Phil, I feel uncomfortable. It feels like he will do something bad at any moment. Said Gwen and shivered a little. Clear. Said the grandfather and thought. You, too, realized that something was wrong here. Havoc Beast's inhabitants of the null void. They can't just randomly appear here. I said. Grandpa, why did Phil say that the plumbers organization was closed? Asked, previously silent, Ashley. You see, Ashley, after Vilgax's death, as we already know it was not final, the plumbers' bosses decided to close the Earth department. But some of the plumbers, who distinguished themselves, were taken to the main department. Said Grandpa. How are you or how my father? Ashley asked. Yes. They found your father and offered him to study at the Academy of Plumbers, and then go to work in the main department. I was also offered to work there. Grandpa said, nodding. But not Phil? Gwen asked. But not Phil. Confirmed the grandfather. Well, that's understandable. I said. What do you mean? Looking at me, asked Grandpa. I read Phil's personal file. A few days before the victory over Vilgax, they wanted to fire him. But after Vilgax's death, they decided to close the department. And Phil was not told anything or invited to work in the main department. I told the information that Morgana received 2 minutes ago. Why? Ashley asked. It's all about his psycho profile. The bosses were not completely confident in Phil and decided to check him. Based on the results, Phil is vain and greedy. Such a person is easy to buy, so they wanted to expel him. I said. Clear. So you think Phil released Havoc Beast? Asked the saddened grandfather. He then understood that this was all true. It's just hard for him to believe it. 100%. I think we need to watch him so that he doesn't do any bigger problems. I suggested. How do we do it? Gwen asked. Easy. I put a bug on his car. I said and showed my phone with a map. I actually did it. And to create a bug, with the level of my knowledge, is a trifling matter. It seems that he is now going in the meatpacking plant. If we turn right, we'll arrive before Phil. Looking at the map, I said. Grandpa listened to me and turned right. After 5 minutes we were there. So Phil will be here in a couple of minutes. Let's hide and see what he does. Said Grandpa and turned on the camouflage mode at the bus. It turns out he has one. Did not know. We hid and waited for Phil, who arrived in his car a minute later. After getting out of the car, Phil took out the null void projector and sonic whistle from the trunk. Seeing the projector, the grandpa asked in shock. This? Yes, it looks like a null void projector. Now it is clear why he was not at the base in Mount Rushmore. I said. This projector is very rare. Especially on Earth. After all, null void is a prison, who will give the key to it to just anyone. This projector is useful to me. What is this projector? Ashley asked quietly. I'll explain everything to you later. I said in a whisper. Just then, Phil turned on the projector and released 2 large Vulpamancers from null void. Now, everything fell into place. Phil takes the projector and lets out the aliens to wreak house. And then he catches them for money. Said Grandpa. He's very angry now. I've only seen him like this twice. When he is angry, he is very scary. Once free, the Vulpamancers immediately ran to the plant. Girls, you will deal with the dogs. Phil is on us. I said. Ashley and Gwen nodded and went hunting. Coming out of hiding, we went to Phil. Noticing us, he tried to make excuses, but no one believed him. You disappointed me very much, Phil. Said Grandpa. Realizing that he was caught, he pointed the projector at us, but I did not let him release the aliens. Using telekinesis, I ripped the projector out of Phil's hands and said to Grandpa. He's all yours. Grandpa heard me, just nodded and went to Phil. I must say Max was cruel. He turned Phil's face into a bloody paste. After letting off steam, Grandpa took the projector from my hands and sent Phil to null void. Grandpa, are you sure? I asked. Don't worry, I'll contact my friends, they'll find Phil and put him in null void prison. Said Grandpa. Well, if so, then okay. I'm just worried about you. After all, he was once your friend. I said. Do not worry, everything is fine. Grandpa smiled at me, his usual smile. Seeing his smile, I relaxed a little. Just at that moment, the girls arrived with the defeated Vulpamancers. Having sent them to the null void, we got on the bus and went to the hotel, in which we rented 2 rooms and immediately went to bed. Chapter 41-40. Null Void Ring in New Abilities. July 2, 2010. I woke up at 4 in the morning when everyone was still asleep, even Grandpa. It looks like the serum has finally stabilized completely. Now, I only need 4 hours of sleep. It's unpleasant. I love to sleep. And now I can't lie in bed any longer. Well, okay, nothing can be done. While everyone is asleep, I want to do something. First, I took the null void projector, after which I turned into a two-tails and teleported to the laboratory. I wanted to take it apart and understand how the projector itself works. After becoming human, I put the projector on the analyzer and did all the necessary research. Apparently, the projector runs on a special crystal, which is impregnated with the energy of null void. When the trigger is pulled, energy is supplied to the crystal, and a portal to another dimension opens. The energy is simple, like in all laser weapons. In fact, its entire shell is needed only to activate the crystal and create a portal. And the whole point is in this crystal. I do not have such a crystal, but I can replace it with tadenite. So, it will even be better and more compact. Putting the projector back together, I turned into Diamond Head and created a small piece of tadenite, only a centimeter in size. To make it more beautiful, I also cut it. After cancelling the transformation, I immediately put on my costume and opened a portal to another dimension. Unforgetting to grab the projector itself and a piece of tadenite, I walked through the gate. Once in the null void, I immediately closed the portal so that no one would enter my world from this side. After carefully landing on a nearby asteroid, I turned into a sandman and used the sand to create a dome. By compacting the sand to the maximum, I became a man. So, no one will notice me and I can calmly go about my business. In order for the tadenite to absorb the energy of the null void, it needs to be spurred on to absorb, so for a couple of minutes I soaked a piece of crystal with my mana. Then, the crystal itself began to absorb the surrounding energy. I just had to wait that I was doing after I sat down on the ground and started playing games on my smartphone. 2 hours later, the once turquoise piece of tadenite turned completely black. This means that everything is ready. In order to activate the portal, need to supply energy to the crystal itself. I didn't know if mana would work, but I decided to check. If I manage to activate the portal with the help of mana, then everything will become easier. After submitting mana for 5 seconds to the tadenite, I felt the feeling of teleportation. When I came to, I found myself on the outskirts of Bellwood. This means that mana can also be used and everything works. It seems that I turned out not to be a projector, but a teleporter. This is understandable, after all, it's not for nothing that the projector has a lens. Well, that's even more convenient. Transformed into two tails, I returned to the laboratory. With my equipment, I quickly created a simple ring and firmly attached a tandanite crystal to it, and then slipped it onto my finger. This time, I put the projector in my inventory. I'm not an idiot to go to null void without a safety net. Once again, having fed mana directly into the crystal, after 5 seconds, I was again in the null void. I tested my null void ring about 20 more times, just in case. What can I say? If I didn't have two tails, then everything would be bad. A typical projector is static. That is, the open portal remains in one place. And the one who entered it will come out in the same place. And my ring works differently. I can log in at one place and log out at any other. Even in another country. It all depends on how far I go inside the dimension. If it hadn't been for the two tails, I would have had to go back all the time with the XLR-8 or Jetray. And so all is well. After making sure that my invention was working, I decided to take a walk around the null void. Once again there, I turned into Jetray and flew to investigate. I flew only an hour, but I flew quite far. I saw the Null Guardians several times, but always flew away from them. I don't want to meet them. I didn't see anything else of interest, perhaps a couple of havoc beasts, but that's all. So I decided to go back. Having transformed into myself, I activated the teleporter and returned to Earth. Looks like I'm in Mexico right now. Well, then I can now teleport here whenever I want. After standing for a while, I returned to the laboratory. Having taken off my suit, I was already thinking about what to do, when my eyes began to ache sharply. The pain was not very strong, but unpleasant. In 15 minutes everything was back to normal and I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was a wall. It felt like I was now standing right in front of the wall and almost touching it with my nose. But this is impossible, since the wall was at a distance of at least 50 meters from the place where I stood. Looks like I have a new ability unlocked. Telescopic vision. This can be very helpful, but first I need to take control of my new strength. Trying to get everything back as it was, I focused on my eyes. But instead of all going back, I saw the smallest details of the wall. Cool, 2 abilities at once. Microscopic vision. Concentrating once more, I discovered another power. Instead of a wall, I saw the ground behind the wall. There was nothing further, since I am now underground. It looks like I discovered 3 abilities at once related to the eyes. I can see at a great distance, zoom in and out the smallest details, and see through walls. That is, microscopic, telescopic and X-ray vision. It took me an hour to get used to the new powers. When everything was back in place, I was able to test my strength normally. I can see 7 kilometers away. Zoom in like a microscope. And again, see through the walls. So far, I have not found anything through that I cannot see. I even looked at the Omnitrix but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Apparently, after all, there is an expanded space. It took another hour for me to be able to manage my new abilities to the fullest and so that no incidents would happen again. Having finished with everything, I decided to have some fun. Transformed into the 2 tails, I teleported out. And teleported to a height of 2 kilometers. Then a series of teleportations to the east began. After 15 minutes I got tired of it and decided to end it and return to Earth. Looks like I'm a little off course. I was still over the ocean, but I saw the island. After landing on it, I became myself and took out my phone. Judging by the map, I'm in Bermuda now. It turned out quite well. Just at that moment, my phone rang. It looks like everyone is already awake since Gwen called me. Yes? I said, picking up the phone. Lex? Where are you? Gwen's voice came from the phone. Now I'm in Bermuda. I honestly said. What? What are you doing over there? Gwen asked, surprised. Checking something. I answered. It's clear. Will you come back soon? Gwen asked. Are you leaving soon? I asked at first. Grandpa said that in half an hour. Answered Gwen. Good. I have one thing left to do and I'll be back. I said and hung up. Having become 2 tails again, I returned to the laboratory. I need to do a galvanic IQ test. Abilities don't just appear and I'm sure the new abilities are a consequence of my psionic powers. When the results came, I realized that I was right. My new IQ is 300. This is most likely the serum's job. The serum itself has stabilized today, and these are its consequences. Even though I didn't add Galvanian's DNA, the serum strengthened my entire body, including my brain. My brain became physically stronger and was able to accommodate more psionic powers. It seems like before, I just could not awaken my full potential due to my weak body. Now I can. With my psionic powers awakened a bit, I decided to test my telekinesis. After checking, I came to a disappointing conclusion. My telekinesis has become much stronger, but it seems to have reached the threshold of development. Now, my telekinesis can lift 15 tons and it works half a kilometer away from me. But that's all. I am unable to reach the molecules. This means that I will not be able to use cryokinesis or pyrokinesis, and so on. Apparently, I'm missing something. Telepathy will still need to be tested, but it seems she has become stronger too. After completing all the work, I teleported to the bus. There was no one inside yet. While no one saw it, I put the null void projector back in place. Let no one know yet that I took it. A couple of minutes later, Grandpa got on the bus. Seeing me, he said, "Lex? You are back. What have you been doing?" Nothing special. It's just that my telekinesis has become stronger and I decided to train it a little, I said. Yes? Well then, good. Now the girls will come, and we will go on. Max said. Nodding at grandfather's words, I waited. A couple of minutes later the girls came and we drove on. Chapter 42-41. Cannonbolt and the Big Tick. Grandpa decided that it was time for us to take a break from the stone jungle and therefore brought us to Yellowstone National Park. The girls were not against it, as there was fresh air and a very beautiful view. We stopped near a very beautiful waterfall, right next to the river. Then, we went for a walk to see the nature beauty. Just at that moment, on the radio, which for some reason Grandpa took with him, they broadcast that a meteorite was flying towards us. Nobody paid attention to this, except me. This means that a local variant of Galactus will be arriving soon. After reporting the meteorite, the Omnitrix gave a signal. Grandfather noticed this, so he asked, "What is it?" "Looks like a new alien has become available," I said and checked the Omnitrix. "Truth? And what is he like?" Ashley asked. "Judging by the silhouette, large and awkward. I think I even know what kind of race it is," I said, examining the silhouette. "Well, turn now. Nobody will see it anyway," said the curious Gwen. "Good," I answered and slapped on the dial. After a second of transformation, I examined myself. As I thought, this alien, the Cannonbolt. In the original story, he just became available at this location. So, it's not surprising that he appeared. Cannonbolt was 2 meters high. He himself was white color and there are black lines on the head. There are also black shorts that cover all legs. It has yellow armor plates on its back, arms and shoulders. The arms also have 4 long claws. The Omnitrix symbol is located on the chest. "Wow, he is cool and cute," Ashley said with a satisfied smile. "And who is it?" Gwen asked, examining my appearance. "This is Arburian Pelorota. Now, this is an extinct race. A few days ago, their planet was destroyed by a parasite," I said. "And what can he do?" Ashley asked. "This," I said. After that, I formed and took the form of a cannonbolt. And rolled. After making a few laps, I stopped, decomposed, and got to my feet. "And it's all?" Ashley asked doubtfully. "Don't look up at this alien. If he accelerate and hit, he can destroy or pierce a lot. A blow from this cannonbolt is stronger than a few blows from the 4 arms. Also, in this form, I can safely take very strong blows. Vilgax won't even scratch me." Lifting my finger, I said. "Cool," said, impressed, Gwen. "Yes, a very useful alien indeed. I like him," said Grandpa, who had been silent before. Just at that moment, a meteorite began to fall from the sky. Wasted no time, I pulled everyone close to me and folded, and then rolled away from the trajectory of the meteorite's fall. By the way, when I watched the animated series, I was always interested in how the cannonbolt figured out where to roll, because nothing is visible when folded. It turns out that this race has something like an innate seismic sensitivity. When the cannonbolt roll, the plates on its back touch the ground, then I send a signal through these plates to the ground and I can see everything within a radius of 50 meters, at all 360 degrees. This is somewhat similar to what the blind Toph from Avatar Aang used to see. While I was thinking, I was able to travel far enough to avoid all the consequences caused by the landing of the meteorite. After releasing everyone, I cancelled the transformation and became human. Grandpa and the girls got to their feet and began to come to their senses, after all this skating. "It was," said the grandfather holding his stomach. "Looks like he's slightly seasick. Strange, he's kind of an astronaut. For him, such rolling is a trifling matter. At least that's how it should be. So cool! Ashley screamed, agitated. She liked it the most. Don't do that again, said Gwen to hold her head. It seems that only Ashley liked the ride inside the cannon bolt. Grandpa felt seasick and Gwen felt dizzy. Well, let's know. I myself like to ride like that, but it's still the nature of this alien. It should be so. So, what was that? When he came to his senses, Grandpa asked. On the radio, they said that a meteorite was flying in our direction. But I didn't pay much attention to it, because I thought that the meteorite would burn up in the upper atmosphere, as always. And here's how it happened. Once again, I lied. Clear. Let's go check out what this meteorite is, said the grandfather and went to the place of the fall. Just be more careful and attentive. In my experience, what appears to be a normal meteorite or shooting star is not. I've already had this 2 times, I said and pointed to the disguised Omnitrix. Gwen and Grandpa looked at my hand and grinned ironically. You're right about that, Gwen said. We walked to the place of the fall for another 5 minutes, due to the fact that, just in case, I went further away. Coming closer, we saw the destruction caused by this thing. Many trees were destroyed and all the land was plowed a meter deep. It's a pity. Spoiled such beauty. Going down to the meteorite, we saw a large, ellipse-shaped stone, of an unusual color. So what's this? Gwen asked, examining the meteorite. After Gwen's words, cracks began to appear on the stone and the top layer began to fall off. He seems to be alive, said Grandpa. Having moved back to a safe distance, so that we would not get caught, we continued to watch how an alien looking like a giant tick began to climb out of the stone, which was more like an egg. Having got out to freedom, the alien released tentacles, which he pushed into the ground and sat down, ceasing to move. The only thing he did was release clouds of gas from special pillows that were at his head. This gas, I must say, just had a disgusting smell. What the hell is this? Ashley asked, covering her nose from the stench. This is problem, I said, frowning. Do you know what this is? Gwen asked. By the way, she also covered her nose. Do you remember when I talked about my new alien? About Arburian Pelorota? I asked at first. Yes. You said that this race is now considered extinct. His planet was destroyed by some parasite, answered Gwen. Right. This is this parasite. It is called the Big Tick. He travels through the universe, lands on different planets, and absorbs all the energy from the core, thereby destroying it. In the process, billions die, I said, continuing to frown. But this is horrible. Why is he doing this? Gwen asked, shocked. Nobody knows, said Grandfather, who also heard about this tick. But why was it not destroyed? Ashley asked. After absorbing the core of the planet, it is too strong and nothing can destroy it, said Grandfather, who also did not like the whole situation. And before that? Gwen asked, removing her hand from her nose, as she was used to the smell. Well, this thing has brains too. He does not choose those planets on which he can be easily destroyed. Ours is like that. This tick, he is still a coward, I said. But how does he know which planet does not pose a threat to him? Ashley asked. And this is the right question. He has a cult. Several madmen who worship him and help him choose planets. They think that this might is the greatest and most beautiful and so on. With disgust, I said. They're just nuts, Gwen said angrily. Right. These cultists generally consider it an honor to be chosen by this tick, I added. Then it turns out that this tick is going to destroy the Earth? Gwen asked. We will not allow him and we will destroy him. He was unlucky to meet us. said, belligerent, Ashley. Right. We'll get rid of this thing. But first, let's wait for the cultists, I said. Just after my words, a spaceship began to descend from the sky. And nothing like a ship. It will be useful to me. The spaceship stopped its descent, and then 3 aliens flew out of it, on flying platforms. The first was tall, pale-skinned, with 6 tentacle-like legs. The clear leader and brain of this gang. The second was short with 6 arms and yellow skin. It is immediately clear that he is a simple henchman. And the last alien is of average height, has 4 eyes and carried a large axe. An ordinary bull. They started rubbing about this tick, but we didn't even hear them. Using telekinesis, Ashley broke their platforms. Because of this, they fell from a height of 10 meters. Gray and yellow, it looks like they broke several bones, and immediately passed out. And the big man was able to land normally. But I was already waiting for him. Transforming into Gax, I hit the alien harder, right in the head. From the impact, he flew 10 meters and also lost consciousness. With these sorted out, now it remains to destroy the tick, I said, after I returned to human form. The girls did not hear me out yet and began to attack the tick. Ashley attacked with lightning, and Gwen with fire and magic. But they didn't succeed. They didn't even leave a scratch. Wait. Let me finish. To destroy this planet eater, you must first destroy its shell. This is the main task, I said. Finally stopping, the girls looked at me inquiringly. And how do we do it? Gwen asked. In this, my new alien will help us. Move as far away as possible so you don't get caught, I said, then turned into a cannonbolt and rolled to the side. After about 3 kilometers, I stopped. At this moment, the tick just began to absorb and plants around it began to die. Without wasting any more time, I filled the body of the cannonbolt with mana as much as possible. A haze went from me and I became stronger by 32%. Having folded, I drove with all my speed towards the tick. Just before the attack, I pushed myself with the help of telekinesis and, keeping all the impulse, flew to the tick's shell. Well, I guess I overdid it. I just punched through this tick. I also flew half a kilometer further. The girls, after destroying the shell, began to pour fire and lightning on the tick. The tick did not last long. Just when I returned, only smoldering remains were left of the tick. Having transformed into the heat blast, I began to shower the planet eater with my flame. 10 minutes later, nothing was left of the tick. Everything. Finally finished, said Gwen and sat down on the ground next to Ashley. Yes. Now let's go to rest, said Grandpa. But first, Grandpa went to the null void projector and sent the cultists there. They will most likely die there due to their injuries, but who cares? By the way, I didn't take their DNA. They had no unusual powers. They didn't give up to me. So far I have left the ship hanging in the air. Then I'll deal with him. In the meantime, we went to rest. Grandpa just started preparing the barbecue. Chapter 43-42. Merlin. Having eaten a delicious shish kebab made by grandfather, we decided to relax with our hearts. Me and Grandpa decided to go fishing a little. The girls were sunbathing. After a couple of hours of not very successful fishing, I decided to swim. It's summer, after all, and I swam only once. And then in the form of ripjaws, when I hunted for the kraken. Having put on swimming trunks, I went to the river. The water temperature was not very good, but bearable. After 10 minutes the girls decided to join me. Gwen wore a red swimsuit and Ashley a green one. They looked, I must say, very good. I even stuck on them for a few minutes. They noticed my view and blushed a little. Having entered the water, the girls swam to me. We swam a little, after which we decided to retire. Coming out of the water, I went to Grandpa. Max was washing his precious mobile home right now. Approaching him, I said, "Grandpa, we'll go upstream. Let's look for a warmer place." Grandpa looked at me and the girls, then, with a sly grin, he said, "Sure, but go back to darkness. Have some fun." Damn, this old man knows for sure. Well, to hell with him. I have no time for him now. Taking towels, we went to the waterfall. I decided not to look for a place to climb, but to use my magic. I'll practice at the same time. Approaching the rock from which the waterfall flows, I created a spiral staircase 30 meters high, like the waterfall itself. She looked like the real thing. The only reason it was possible to understand that the staircase was fake was its not natural dark blue color. But otherwise, it looked like a real and dense staircase. There were even decorations in the form of flowers on the railings. The ladder itself seemed to be made of metal, but of course it was just a magical construction made from my mana. Wow! Ashley exclaimed, looking at the staircase I had created. How did you make the stairs so natural? And why is it so dense and impenetrable? Gwen asked. The main thing here is control and imagination. If your imagination may be fine, but your control is poor. I told you 100 times that you need to train more control. I said, going up the stairs. Yes, you said, and I train him. But all the same, my constructions are not so dense and natural. You have them completely opaque. How did you do this? Gwen asked, walking up behind me. Ashley followed her. The thing is that my mana is more concentrated. I was just lucky with that, but I still train my mana density as well. You have more mana than me, about 30%, but all my mana is much denser and more concentrated. And I have better control. I said, and then added. For example, if you run out of steam after 500 magic discs, then I will after 700. And this despite the difference in the amount of mana. So also my discs will be 1.5 times stronger and they will do more damage. How can I increase the density so that it is the same? Gwen asked. No way. In magic, you are more talented than me and you have more strength. When you become Anodite, you will be much more powerful than me Anodite. But because of the overwhelming power, you suffer from both control and density. There are always pros and cons. I told her my latest findings on this matter. But is there really no way to fix it? Gwen asked, clearly disappointed. There is one little trick. It is necessary to compress mana during meditation. This will increase your concentration slightly. Not much. But at least something. I said. Clear. Aren't you upset that I am stronger than you in magic? Gwen asked, considering my feelings. Not. I already have the Omnitrix. In fact, I'm even glad that I have such magic. For me, good control is much better than unbridled power. I honestly said. Clear. Said Gwen, with a smile. Ashley, all this time, listened to our conversation and was silent. At that moment, we finally went upstairs, and I scattered the stairs. Further, we walked another kilometer just chatting until we stopped at a good place. The water was colder here, so I decided to give us a bath. Transformed into 4 arms, I dug a hole 3 meters deep and 3 meters long, not far from the river. After that, I led a canal from the river to the pit. After a couple of minutes, the pit was filled with water and I closed the channel with stones, only left a small stream. After that, I turned into a heat blast and heated a homemade hot spring to 60 degrees. Due to the fact that I left access to water from the river, the bath was very comfortable. Becoming myself, I climbed into the bath. And it was wonderful. Warm and relaxing. Seeing my happy face, the girls also jumped into the bathroom. And immediately relaxed. We lay there for about 20 minutes, after which the girls moved closer to me and put their heads on their shoulders, while hugging me. So, we lay for almost 3 hours. We kissed from time to time. First, I kissed Gwen, then Ashley. And backwards, and so on several times. When it got dark, the water had already started to cool down, so we decided to return. Leaving the source like this, we went to the waterfall. There, I created the stairs again, we went downstairs and returned to the RV. Grandpa had just finished making dinner. Seeing us, he just grinned and called us to eat. How infuriating this grin is. When we meet his ex-girlfriend, I will remember everything to him. After dinner, everyone went about their business. Gwen read books on magic, Ashley played sumo slammers, and Grandpa watched the movie. I decided to finally check the cultist's ship. Since I did not know how to operate the ship, I decided to do everything in a simple way. Transformed into an upgrade, I ascended to the ship using telekinesis and absorbed into the starship. I have not improved or absorbed it. This is the first complete spacecraft that fell into my hands. And I want to study it better. The ship is called the Great One, by the way. Dios mio. These cultists even named the ship after this stupid tick. Absolutely nuts. Having soaked into the ship, I found the control instructions and memorized them. Also, I removed the entire control system so that if those cultists return, they cannot access the ship. In addition, one of the aliens had the key to the ship, which means that this system will not give me full control. So, hell with it. After finishing all the work, I got inside the starship and became Ditto, then I created one clone, which turned into an upgrade. The clone penetrated the dashboard and created a wire through which I inserted Morgana into the ship's system. Soon, this ship will be under her complete control. When the clone finished everything that was needed, he dispelled himself. When the download finished, a beautiful and sexy girl appeared on the main monitor. It was Morgana. Darling, this ship belongs to you now. What would you like to call him? Morgana asked and smiled flirtatiously. Well, since Morgana is running it, let it be called Merlin. Sounds symbolic. I said with a grin. Accepted. Welcome aboard the Merlin. Morgana said, pleased with the analogy. Thanks. Morgana, lower the ship to the ground for now, not far from the RV. Also, order the cleaning robots to remove the entire ship and destroy the personal belongings of the former owners. In the meantime, I'll check the entire spacecraft. I said and went to study the ship. Whatever you say. Morgana said, and small robots appeared all over the ship, which began to disinfect the entire ship. Everything is clear with the management. The only thing I need to do is give orders to Morgana and she will do everything. I liked the bridge of the ship. It was free enough and also has a huge panoramic window. In addition to the captain's chair, which was located at the very windshield, there were also 4 more passenger seats. Leaving the bridge, I entered the living room. It was free here and there was enough room for 10 people. There were comfortable sofas on the sides, and in the center was a table for 5 people. Also, there was a holographic TV. On the side was the entrance to the galley. That is, the kitchen. It was pretty simple, but high-tech. By the way, there were no food. Leaving the kitchen and returning to the living room, although it is more of a dining room, I moved on. There was a door in the back that led into a hallway. There were 4 doors and an elevator. 4 doors led into ordinary cabins. Each contained a bed, a table and a chair, a wardrobe, a holo TV and a computer with access to the galactic internet. Also, each cabin had a bathroom. There was a shower, a toilet and a wash basin with a mirror. In the room you could turn on the window and look out through it. Entering the elevator, I saw 4 buttons. First, I decided to click on the topmost button. Coming out of the elevator, I got into the captain's cabin. She was about 3 times the size of the usual. But there was the same furniture as in the other cabins. Only the bed was larger. The bathroom was also larger and there was a real alien jacuzzi. Plus, could open the ceiling and look at the sky. Back in the elevator, I went to the -1 floor. There was a medical block, a warehouse, and an exit from the ship. In general, nothing interesting. Going down to the second floor, I got into the technical compartment. Here was the core of the ship. After examining it, I was pleased. This ship was of a high-speed type. He could fly through the star system in just 3 hours. It's pretty fast. But there are also disadvantages. The ship's defense is weak, and there are also no weapons. Well, I still didn't want to leave him like that for long. Merlin will be the foundation of my own ship, which I will build myself. Merlin is actually a very nice ship. But I want a bigger ship. Also, I want to make it the fastest in the universe. And set up a powerful defense. Plus, a weapon that can destroy Vilgax's ship in just a couple of seconds. After finishing the inspection, I left my spaceship to show it to my family. Chapter 44-43. Tour and Magic Constructs. After leaving the ship, I saw Grandpa and the girls who were looking with curiosity at my new spacecraft. You were able to reprogram him? Max asked. Yes. I loaded Morgana into it. Now this ship is completely mine. I renamed it and it is now called Merlin. I said. Cool. Ashley said. Is this a high-speed ship? Grandpa asked again. Yes. It has no weapons, and the defense is very weak. But can fly the entire solar system in a couple of minutes. I answered. So fast? Gwen asked, surprised. Yes. I told you that Big Tick destroyed the Cannonball race a little over a week ago. And Arburia, his home planet, is, or rather already was, practically at the other end of the galaxy. Such a distance in a few days is a trifling matter for this ship. I said. Wait a minute. You say that the Tick destroyed the planet of the Cannonbolt, but you yourself pierced the shell of this Tick with this alien. Why was it not destroyed on that planet? Gwen asked, a reasonable question. I told you, Tick is still a coward. It always lands in a desert area and begins to devour the core of the planet. We were just lucky that it was near us that the Tick landed. After all, this national park is huge. There are almost no people here. And if he landed in a desert or a canyon? Apparently this was the case with Arburia. I told my findings. Clear. Gwen said. Well. Want to ride? I asked with a grin. Yes/you bet. Said the girls at the same time. Go alone. It's time for me to sleep. But be careful and come back in a couple of hours. Said the grandfather with that mad grin. Rolling my eyes at his behavior, I led the girls inside. After taking the girls to the captain's bridge, I said. Morgana, arrange for us a sightseeing flight on the system. Accepted. Answered Morgana. The ship began to rise in and out of the Earth's atmosphere. I sat down in the captain's chair. Gwen sat in the chair to my right hand, and Ashley to my left hand. The ship, leaving the atmosphere, flew towards the moon. First, we flew around the moon several times, then went to Mars. On Mars, we entered the atmosphere, but did not descend to the planet itself. We flew around the planet, saw the local beauty. Further, we flew to Jupiter, but first we had to overcome the asteroid belt. There, we had a little fun and made high-speed turns around the asteroids themselves. Then, it was Jupiter's turn. We only flew around this planet, but did not get too close. It's a gas giant after all. Merlin is certainly a spaceship, but it is unlikely to withstand a rain of diamonds. Also, we flew around several satellites and it was the turn of Saturn. We did not get too close to it either, but flew around the rings of Saturn. Then, we looked at Uranus and Neptune. The girls wanted to land on Pluto. I don't know why this dwarf planet, but I didn't mind. Having completed the flight on Pluto, we decided to fly a little around the Kuiper Belt. There, we also arranged a test drive of the ship and checked it for speed and maneuverability. On this, we decided to finish and flew home. We were there in 10 minutes. This whole journey took us only 2 hours. It was really cool. I never thought that space was so beautiful. Having dropped the girls, I decided to send the ship to my base. Turning on the camouflage field, yes, there is such a thing, I flew to Bellwood. More precisely on the outskirts of the city. There is a special entrance for spaceships. Once near the entrance, I removed my disguise and opened the entrance. I said that I did it all, but in fact, Morgana does it all. Still, I have never regretted that I created it. Without her, I feel like I have no hands. Having flown into the secret entrance, the ship went to the hangar. After landing, I got out of the starship and left the ship alone. Then, having turned into the Two Tails, I teleported to the bus and went to sleep. It was already late and by that time everyone was asleep. July 3, 2010. I woke up 4 hours later, before dawn. I didn't feel like sleeping, so I decided to practice some magic. To be precise, I want to practice my magical constructs. As I recently realized, I can make whatever I want out of my designs. Weapons, vehicles, technical equipment, and so on. It has always been understood that the Anodite's abilities are similar to those of the Greens and the other Lanterns. And now I understand it perfectly. After all my mana was refreshed, when I absorbed all the magic of the Hex Staff, my constructs took to the next level and now they are definitely no different from Lanterns. The only difference is that I use my inner strength, not the strength of the ring. Moving away from the bus into the woods, I began my workout. To warm up, I started building weapons. First created a simple claymore. Even though it was kind of just a compressed mana, this sword was incredibly sharp. Just as I imagined it. To test this, I slashed the nearest tree with claymore. The tree, with a trunk of 30 centimeters, was instantly cut in half. Further, I began to create other weapons. Axes, spears, halberds, throwing knives, and the like. By the way, I immediately decided to check how long my designs can hold out if I don't pay attention to them. Having created a simple 20-centimeter throwing knife, I put it in my pocket and forgot about it for a while. Next, I decided to check the firearms. Having created a simple pistol, I fired it into a tree. A simple-looking bullet flew out of the pistol and hit a tree. The pistol did not make any noise at all. And the sleeve immediately scattered after use. Then, I checked out a few more firearms. I didn't use anything lethal, such as bazooka, because I'm sorry to spoil nature. Next came the alien guns. Created a simple laser pistol and fired. A dark blue laser shot out from the gun barrel, piercing through the tree. Powerful. Therefore, I created a couple of guns from grandfather's collection. And one idea came to my mind. I tried to create a null void projector. I managed to create it, but when I wanted to use it, the projector just disappeared. Apparently I still lack something to create truly real constructs. And finally, I decided to create myself a transport. First, I made my motorcycle out of mana. It turned out to be the same as the original, only it does not make any sounds. Sitting on the motorcycle, I turned on the gas, created a road from a construct that passes over the forest, and drove off. It is quite unusual for the motorcycle you are riding to make no sound, especially when you are driving at 200 km/h. And most importantly, even the speedometer is fully operational. After riding a little, I stopped and scattered the motorcycle. Now I decided to try creating a Tetrax board. Having formed a board from mana, I stood on it and flew. I can't get enough of what the prospects are opening up. After flying a little, I landed on the ground and scattered the board. Now, I want to create something bigger. For example, my Quinjet. Concentrating, I began to form a quinjet. When he was already halfway ready, the whole construct collapsed. I felt that mana was enough for me, but unfortunately, I still could not create something that big, yet. It's a pity. Quickly putting aside my frustration, I decided to create something easier. Grandfather's house on wheels. The bus formed in a few seconds and was indistinguishable from the original. I went inside and checked it out. It turned out to be even too similar. All the scratches and cracks that were on the bus were in place. It seems I unknowingly created all these defects. Well, I still know this RV very well, and for me it comes naturally. After going out and destroying the replica, I decided to check the ladder. Creation of living beings from magic constructions. I decided to start simple, so I formed a simple rabbit. The rabbit appeared in my arms and was indistinguishable from the living, well, except for its color. He even wrinkled his nose a little. Nicely. After scattering the rabbit, he created a horse along with a saddle. Sitting on a horse, I galloped towards our parking lot. It was already almost 7 in the morning, and soon everyone would wake up. After 10 minutes I galloped to the place. The horse, by the way, was very cool. It was convenient to ride on it. And most importantly, my horse is quiet and leaves no waste. After scattering the horse, I decided to test my throwing knife, which was already almost 3 o'clock. Despite the elapsed time, the knife was still in perfect order. So I put the knife back in my pocket for now. I'll check it in a few hours. By this moment, everyone had just woken up. So we had a quick breakfast and drove on. Chapter 45-44. San Francisco and Legion. We arrived at our next destination only in the evening. All along the way, I was lounging around and playing a game on my laptop. By the way, I realized that I did not try to make a magical construct of a computer or telephone. After realizing this, I tried to make a copy of my laptop. The shell of the computer turned out to be easy to make. But that's all. His entire operating system and other internals of the computer did not work. I tried to make a phone as well, but again, the only thing that worked was its appearance. For that, I'm still missing something. Having discarded this idea for the future, I continued to play. By the time we arrived in San Francisco, I had completely finished the game. This game was from the Sumo Slammers series. Normal such a game, in principle, but does not go to any comparison with some games from my old world. For example, even the first Mass Effect is 10 times better than this game. I can play it, just to kill time. I don't understand why Ashley is so crazy about this game. Never mind. Grandpa decided again that we needed to stay in a hotel, so we rented a large room and settled in. When we finished packing, I decided to test my mana knife. I took it out of my pocket and examined it. It's been almost 14 hours since its inception. It faded a lot and began to lose its clarity. Also, it is no longer as hard as it was originally, but still, it can still be used. I decided to leave it on the bedside table. Let's see what happens to him tomorrow morning. Having completed all the affairs at the hotel, we went for a walk around the city. I knew that in canon it was Kevin who caused the mess in this city. But since Kevin does not exist, but there is Ashley, now my girlfriend, and she is with us, then everything should go without incident. Unless, again, we will stumble upon some thieves, robbers, or hijackers. But this is already in the order of things. We meet such villains in every more or less large city. But suddenly I didn't. We didn't encounter any robbers, we found the fire. In an ordinary, 9-story building, a gas pipeline exploded, which started a fire. When we approached the building, there were still no firemen, but there were already a bunch of onlookers in the area. First of all, I used X-ray vision and checked the whole house. Still, it's a useful ability. As always, when we were near, there were no casualties. On the 7th floor, by the side of the window, there was a man. He had just broken the window and was preparing to jump off. But he still couldn't make up his mind. The fire was already nearby, and almost 25 meters to fall down. The flame is certain death, and falling from such a height is possible death. So he couldn't make up his mind. To help the poor man, I created a magical construct, in the form of a spiral slide, right next to the window where he was standing. A man, seeing from nowhere a blue slide that appeared, was taken aback at first, and then looked at the fire and, spitting on everything, sat down on the slide and rolled down. Below him was already waiting for a soft mattress from Manna, on which he landed successfully. I'm not an idiot, leave everything as it is. From such a height and at such a speed, if there was not something soft on which he could land, then the poor man would have broken all his legs. Standing on his feet, the man looked dumbfounded at how the slade that saved his life dissipated. And the fire that raged in the mission began to subside. This was done by Gwen with the power of the charm of pyrokinesis. In fact, putting out such a fire is a matter of 5 seconds for her. Previously, she could not do this, because the man could suffer. And when I saved the man, Gwen could put out the flames. And most importantly, no one even noticed that we did it. Having made sure that everything ended well, we continued our walk. Before leaving, I heard some people say that a man was saved and the fire was put out by the Legion. I found this strange, so I decided to check it out later. By this time, it was already dark and we were hungry. Finding a decent Chinese restaurant nearby, we went in and had a bite to eat. After walking for another hour, we returned to the hotel. This time, I was able to persuade Grandpa to rent a cooler number. It was a 3-room suite. 1 large living room and 2 bedrooms, each with 2 beds. I wanted to pay for everything with my own money, but my old man was too stubborn and refused such an offer. But while he did not see, I asked Morgana to change the bank account and it turned out that I paid the money for the number. So, in my opinion, it's more honest, because it was I who wanted this number. When we got back, we sat down in the common living room and started watching TV. And at this time, on the news channel, they showed a report about one well-known, in this world, thief. Shadow. A thief who steals art and treasures all over the world. But he is not a simple robber who is greedy for profit. He can even be called a hero in some way, which restores justice. Everything that he steals was once stolen from their historical homeland during all sorts of conquests. For example, the paintings that the Nazis captured throughout Europe during the Second World War. Or, the treasures of the Chinese dynasty, which at one time were captured by the British Empire. So, the Shadow is looking for such treasures in various museums, depositories, or in the collections of wealthy collectors, and steals them, after which he returns them to his homeland. The Shadow itself has been doing business for 25 years. And he was never caught. No one, until now, knows how he commits his robberies. And most importantly, he does it under the noses of the police, the FBI, and other similar organizations. Shadow's signature style, reporting his next target a few days before the heist. After another successful heist, Shadow always leaves a note with the location and time of his next performance location. It is clear that a bunch of police, special forces, and the FBI are always waiting for him. But he always leaves. So, why am I saying this? Now they said on TV that the next target is in San Francisco. There is a certain Asian art museum in San Francisco. And there is one large diamond. This diamond once belonged to a Maharaja. After his death, the diamond was kept in a temple, but the British took it away. After that, he traveled the world until a few years ago, he settled in this museum. This is the purpose of the Shadow. Tomorrow at 10 p.m., he must steal this diamond. I'm terribly interested in how the Shadow can get past all the security systems and never get caught. So, I have something to do tomorrow night. Continuing to watch TV, I remembered those conversations about a certain legion. Taking out my laptop, I started looking for information. Not expected. This legion is me. It seems that some craftsman was able to notice that some of the aliens that appeared in the cities and stopped the robbers and things like that are the same person. I found one site full of photos of me as different aliens. Also, it is in my usual suit. This person even realized that I can create magical constructs. Therefore, people thought that the Legion had saved that man. In general, it is. I checked this whole site and I have to admit that this dude is great. He did a great job. There is even a video of me fighting Vilgax for the first time. He even created a list of aliens that I can turn into. True, there are only 7 aliens, but obviously he will not stop there. They even posted a video from today's fire. And the creator of the site, with the nickname Legion is the coolest of all, has already written that it was really Hero Legion. Like all the signs of my presence were there. And constructions and fire suddenly disappeared. He thought that the Legion used the fireman, as he called the heat blast, and put out the fire. Also, there were praises about the fact that I never showed up, which means that the Legion is a real hero. By the way, all of us are perfectly visible on the video. It's good that we were careful. He already wrote that since the Legion is in the city, he should definitely try to catch the shadow. And the admin will be there in person. The wildest thing is that this fan of mine was able to trace our entire route. And he was not wrong. True, there were a couple of extra fires and robberies, to which I had nothing to do. He also follows us all over the country. He is already in the city. This is what I don't need. That's why I wanted to not shine. I don't need to be considered some sort of hero. God forbid, even understand who I am. And that's not the biggest problem. The site, in addition to the list of aliens, describes all the abilities and weaknesses of my heroes. And he understood them quite well. He was even able to understand that Diamond Head's weakness was a high-frequency sound. This is a problem. Therefore, I ordered Morgana to block the site and destroy the entire database of this fan, from which I might get in trouble. After receiving a response from Morgana that everything was ready, I went to bed. I am in a very bad mood. There was nothing else I wanted to do today. Chapter 46-45 Sky and Shadow. July 4, 2010. Waking up in the morning, we had breakfast at the hotel restaurant, after which, Ashley dragged us to the game store. Today, this store will be selling a new game from the Sumo Slammers series. Although this is not a completely new game, just an updated version of the game that I completed yesterday. It added several new missions, a couple of new costumes, and so on the little things. I don't understand why Ashley needs this game, but since she wants it, I don't mind. Now, we have been standing in line for almost half an hour. The sun was beating down, and the line didn't seem to get shorter. We were about to leave Ashley alone and go get some ice cream, but then, as always, disaster struck. On the street where the store was located, an alien jumped from the roof of one of the buildings. He landed on one of the cars, crushing it completely. This alien was green in color, his upper body looked like a frog. On his hands he had 3 black claws on each hand, and his legs were somewhat similar to spider legs, although there were only 4 of them. I knew what kind of alien it was the Wixelian Ord beast. One of the aliens that lives in the null void. These orgs are dumb and clumsy, but they have great strength. I already wanted to deal with the Ord, but then, at a rather big speed, an armored van drove into the street. At this moment, the org had already gotten out of the car and walked towards the panicked people. The van didn't stop and crashed right into the alien. The org flew 5 meters away from the impact of the car and crashed into the wall of the building. Several uniformed men stepped out of the van. Chief among them, a tall blond man, began to give orders to his men. Following orders, the officers took out a huge cannon from the van, after which they fired at the already standing org. The org took the shot and screamed in pain, and the soldiers fired several more shots. After the last shot, the org lost his creation. The commander of these people gave another order to get the power grid out of the car to tie the monster. After tying up Ord, the soldiers lifted him up and dragged him into the van. Having loaded the alien into the car, all the soldiers and the commander got into the car and left as if nothing had happened, leaving the shocked audience. I knew who it was. It was a government organization, the Special Extraterrestrial Containment Team. And their commander's name is Lieutenant Steele. Their department was created quite recently. The USA government noticed that a large number of aliens began to appear in the country, and they decided to do something about it. Of course, as always, they are also looking for personal gain. All aliens captured by Steele's team are taken to Area 51, where they are caged, examined, and dissected. They also often steal alien technology that remains after their appearances or, for example, my battles. This is clearly seen in their weapons. In fact, the actions of the government and this organization are illegal. They break interstellar law by trapping aliens and dissecting them. But there is also the fault of the plumbers. After the first victory over Vilgax, the plumbers closed the office on Earth, because they decided that now no one needs our planet. In a way they were right, because for almost 20 years everything was quiet. But with the advent of the Omnitrix, everything began anew. And in order to do at least something, the government decided to create this organization. Good thing, so far, the government has only been able to catch violent and brainless aliens, as well as criminals. I don't care about him. But I still look through the Special Extraterrestrial Containment Team files quite often to make sure they haven't crossed a line. For now, everything is tolerable. Well, nothing. In a couple of years the plumbers should return to Earth and they will settle all the problems that suit the government. In the meantime, I will protect the Earth from very strong enemies. Moreover, all of them will come for my soul, or rather for the Omnitrix. After 10 minutes, people finally calmed down and we were able to buy Ashley her long-awaited game. We are actually lucky. Because, seeing the alien, many ran away and we no longer had to stand in line. Having bought the game, we went to have lunch at a pizzeria. During the meal, I told the girls about the Special Extraterrestrial Containment Team. After eating, we went for a walk around the city further. We went to the Golden Gate Bridge, rode the tram and saw other sights. We returned to the hotel at 6 p.m. After a bit of rest, I decided to do something quick. Transforming into the Two Tails, I teleported to my cave. I want to make a camouflage system for my suit. I just now noticed that my costume is quite bright and conspicuous. The whole thing took only an hour. I made a small device, only 5 centimeters long, that I attached to the inside of my backpack that holds my suit. Everything works very simply. When I'm wearing a suit and I need to be invisible, I give a signal to Morgana and she activates the device. My entire costume is being repainted in dark shades, and all the luminous elements are darkened. It's basically a device that activates stealth mode for my suit. Very convenient and simple, and most importantly, sometimes it can be very useful. After checking the operation of the new stealth mode and making sure it worked, I returned to the hotel. The rest of the time before the exit, I just lay on the couch and watched TV. At 21:30, I decided it was time to move out. After warning the girls and Max that I wanted to have some fun, I turned into the Two Tails and teleported to the building opposite the museum. This place, I noticed during today's walk around the city. Just specifically for this. The girls, by the way, wanted to go with me, but I persuaded them to stay. Said I needed time for men's entertainment. I myself did not quite understand what exactly I meant by this, but when they heard my words, they nodded seriously and let go. Who knows what they understood, but most importantly I'm free. Once on the roof of the desired building, I put on my suit and turned on stealth mode. After that, I looked at the museum itself. The museum was full of people. The police were there, and special forces, and the FBI, and even my new acquaintances, the Special Extraterrestrial Containment Team. I don't know what they're doing here, it's not their specialty, but apparently they've been brought in for reinforcements. By the way, there were also ordinary onlookers. They were behind the fences. Looking closely, I noticed a girl in a t-shirt, which depicts my suit. This is the one who created the site about the Legion. And yes, she is a girl. And I must say beautiful. Blonde with breasts of the third size and wide hips. True, it is low, only 158 centimeters. Purple eyes. Vertex of she head dyed purple. Well, I digress. Activating X-ray and telescopic vision, I looked inside the museum. It was also full of people there. They all crowded around the stand with the same Maharaja's diamond. They set up a bunch of projectors to completely illuminate the room, set up a bunch of all sorts of traps and equipment for searching. Sitting on the edge of the roof and dangling my legs, I began to follow what was happening. Nothing has happened yet, but my devoted fan has noticed me. I don't understand how, because it's dark now, and I also activated stealth mode. I can hardly see. But she not only noticed me, but also recognized me, despite the change in costume. Seeing me, she immediately ran to the building on which I was sitting, and sitting on the elevator went to the roof. Just as she got into the elevator, Shadow appeared. He was wearing a costume similar to the classic ninja outfit, but it was more futuristic and clearly made of more durable materials. Right now, he was in one of the neighboring buildings. Standing there, he looked at the museum, then suddenly fell into the shadows. Now it is clear how he penetrated all these museums. At least he can travel through shadows. Well, his nickname, as it were, hints. My fan arrived just as the shadow surfaced in the museum. When she got to the roof, she started walking towards me. Stepping closer, she said in an excited tone. "Sir, Legion, I am honored to meet you. I knew you would come. My name is Sky. I am your biggest fan. I even created a website about you, but it was closed." Then she began to chatter and tell how cool I am and so on. I listened to her half-heartedly, because it was at that moment that the shadow began to act. Once in the museum, he stepped into the shadows and ended up near the counter. Then he quickly took the diamond and left the card with his next goal and returned to the shadows. The funny thing is that all these people who are trying to catch him are helping him. All these spotlights they've set up make for the perfect situation for the shadow. This is really incredibly funny. I even let out a chuckle. Hearing a chuckle, Sky stopped her verbal flow and asked, "Did I say something wrong?" I turned my head and looked at her. Using telepathy, I quickly read her memory. Her real name is Jessica Daniels. Sky is just a pseudonym. She is now 16 years old. She is a very skilled hacker and really a fan of mine. Also, I found out something interesting. She is also a one-quarter alien. Her grandfather was a plumber and even a friend of Max. She's also the older sister of Cooper Daniels, who is due to appear at the end of the summer. And she has the same powers as her brother. She is a technopath and a cyberkinetic. True, she has not yet fully mastered them, so I cannot scan her. She, by the way, knows quite a lot about aliens and is even aware of the activities of the Special Extraterrestrial Containment Team. But, she is not aware of her grandfather's past. Your website is the problem. He can give me anxiety. So don't try to restore it. But if you want to know more, ask your grandfather about the plumbers and about his old friend Max. If you can talk to him, you will learn a lot of interesting things. I said, and using telekinesis I flew after the shadow, who had just left the museum and using his abilities went towards the docks. Just before leaving, I heard, "Thank you." I followed Shadow for another half an hour until he entered one of the warehouses. Deciding that it was worth talking, I turned into a ghost freak and got inside. Once behind Shadow, I became myself and said, "Shadow." The thief shuddered and rarely turned to me. In his hands was a throwing knife. "Legion. I heard about you. Are you here to catch me?" asked the tense thief. "Not. I came to talk and make sure of something," I said. And he read the memoirs of the shadow. Or rather, Li. His name is Li Shun. 50 years old. He is a native Chinese. And also the last representative of the Chinese imperial dynasty. And he's not exactly human either. His grandfather was an umbrament. This race was known for their ability to manipulate shadows. Although, they seem to have died out. I wanted to make sure of this man. Because he can help me. It turned out he was a really nice person. Never killed and steals only for the sake of his sense of justice. Talk? But I'm a thief. Shouldn't the hero want to catch the thief? Li asked. I'm not a hero, but rather a protector. And you are doing a good job. I don't mind at all. Someone had to flick those greedy bastards on the nose. I said with a smile in my voice. Li let out a chuckle and visibly relaxed. So what do you want? I need your help. You know the underworld very well. You are aware of all sorts of black markets, auctions and things like that. I want you to be my informant. I suggested, although the idea had only just occurred to me. What do you want to know? Li asked, clearly interested in my offer. As you may have noticed, more and more aliens have been coming to Earth lately. And they leave their technologies here. I want you to let me know if anything really dangerous comes up on the black market. I said. And what are you going to do about it? Li asked with interest. I'll take it and destroy it, or hide it as deep as I can. It's better not to trust people. I said seriously. Here I agree. That's all? The thief asked, nodding. There is one more thing. When you infiltrate some rich people, their private collections, also look for dangerous technologies and let me know. I said after a little thought. Okay, I agree. It's easy for me. With this, I can at least somehow help the defender of the earth. Li said with a grin. I just rolled my eyes at his words. And he seemed to understand this and grinned even more. Damn, I like this old man. Here is my number. Call if you find something interesting. And call if you need help. I will always help if I can. I said and created a magical structure in the form of my number. Li quickly memorized the number and nodded. Dispelling the construct, I said. Well, see you soon, Li. Hearing his real name, Shadow shuddered and was about to ask something, as he was doused with a flash of yellow light. When the Shadow came to his senses, I had already turned into a ghost freak and flew away. Yes, I scanned his DNA and got the form of umbrament. He's developed his powers enough for me to get a complete DNA sample for the Omnitrix. And it's incredibly cool. Not for nothing, I arranged this adventure for myself. After flying far enough, I turned into the Two Tails and returned to the hotel. When I became a man, I immediately went to sleep. Today was a long day. Chapter 47-46. Gwen 10. Part 1. Alternate Dimension, Gwen 10. June 1, 2010. I woke up abruptly and looked around. At that moment, I was lying on the bed, in grandfather's mobile home. Looking at my hands, I noticed two things. First, my arms are smaller than they should be. It's like I'm 10 years old again. Second, there is nothing on my hands. The right one doesn't have the Omnitrix, the left one doesn't have Morgana's bracelet or my tattoo of luck. I got out of bed and walked over to look in the mirror. In the mirror, I saw myself, but 10 years old. And I was dressed in the clothes of the original Ben, consisting of a black and white t-shirt and green pants. Never wore this. Well, at least it has its own appearance. The body is also mine. Since it is trained in the same way as it was in my 10 years. First I decided to test my other abilities. Concentrating, I tried to pull the bottle of water with my telekinesis. But nothing happened. Supervision didn't work either. Without despair, I tried to feel my mana. And it worked. Whoa! Thank God. I thought I was completely powerless. Magic, by the way, hasn't changed at all. It is exactly as much as it was when I fell asleep yesterday. Both concentration and density also did not change. To check, I even specially created several magical constructs in the form of different knives. Everything was the same as 2 days ago. They were just as sharp, dense, opaque, and looked like real ones. Straight from the heart. But the absence of Morgana upsets me wildly. Well, at least return Morgana. I can't do without her anymore. I complained out loud. And suddenly, a green portal appeared above my hand, from which my bracelet fell out. And the ring? It will be very useful to me too. I said, and again from the portal that appeared, my spatial storage fell out, in the form of a ring. Thank you. I said and put the bracelet on my right hand and the ring on my finger. After checking the bracelet, I made sure that everything was in order with Morgana and I got full access to her again. But there was nothing in the ring. Just empty space to store things. You won't return the sword, yes? I asked into the void. After not receiving an answer within a minute, I realized that they would not return it. I hope my things will be returned to me when I get home. I complained. Well, nothing, the ring will help me a lot anyway. If anyone does not understand what is happening, then I will explain. At the moment, I am in an alternate dimension where history has taken a different path. Although more likely to go. In the series, this episode was just for entertainment and was created by the authors to show what would happen if Gwen, not Ben, found the Omnitrix. Of course, the authors could not do this with me, since this is the real world. And judging by the way Morgana and the ring were returned to me, I can easily understand who arranged all this. Professor Paradox sent me here. Professor Paradox is an incredibly powerful being that was once a human. Due to one failed experiment, the professor fell into the event horizon. It is a place where there is nothing, because nothing exists yet. Before the Big Bang. Before everything. There he spent 100,000 years. During this time, he forgot his name, lost his mind, and gained enormous powers. His ability is to control time and space. He can speed up and slow down time, travel through different realities and universes. Also, he is immortal. Having gained his powers, he decided that he was bored, so he regained his sanity, called himself Professor Paradox and began to travel through realities. Professor Paradox is Ben's ally, and therefore mine. When really needs help, he will always help and prompt the answer. Albeit in a different way. He threw me into this reality, most likely to see how I would cope with this situation. He also took everything except magic. It was lucky that he at least took pity on me and returned Morgana and my inventory. In fact, I'm not even angry or upset. Still, the paradox is really almost omnipotent. These people always have their quirks. And, frankly, I want to see what happens if I get into this reality. Plus, there will be another chance to beat Vilgax. It's always nice. Digging through my stuff, I found a clean black t-shirt with a white print and navy blue shorts. After changing into new clothes, I looked at myself in the mirror and was pleased with the result. That's better. As I got off the bus, I saw a familiar gas station. As far as I remember, at the beginning of our journey, here we met some robbers. Well, yes. How could it be without them? Just at that moment, an alarm sounded in the store and two masked men ran out of it. One was wearing a skull mask, the other was wearing a gorilla mask. In his hands one of them held a bag with the loot. The one in the skull mask, when running away, caught Gwen's shoulder and she dropped her cocktail. Gwen, by the way, was also 10 years old and she is dressed in clothes from the canon. After making sure that no one was watching, I wasted no time, you never know what could happen, created 2 magic discs and threw them at the thieves. The discs hit them right on the head. From the blow, they immediately lost consciousness and did not get up again. They will definitely have a concussion. Well, there was nothing to rob the poor seller. I hope they remember this lesson well. While Gwen stared in shock at the knocked-out robbers, I quickly returned to the RV. I wasn't sure about this world. After all, despite the fact that I retained my appearance, I was dressed in Ben's clothes and I was again 10 years old, not 15. So, I decided, for the time being, not to shine with my magic and knowledge of the future. Also, I will not say that I am aware of grandfather's past. After a couple of minutes, the robbers were taken away by the police, and Gwen and Grandpa returned to the bus. When grandfather saw me, he smiled and asked, "Ben, did you sleep well? And why did you change your clothes?" When I heard his words, I realized that I was right. They don't seem to see my true appearance. Okay, I'll have to be Ben, although I'm already Ben, after all, this is also my name, just a second name. I slept well, but I didn't have enough. Also had a nightmare. And I changed because I was sweating. I don't want to wear smelly clothes. I quickly got my bearings and said, "It's time for you to change clothes," said Gwen, with a defiant smile. Looks like Gwen here is the same as in canon. And she always fights with Ben. Good thing my Gwen isn't like that. At least with me. Ignoring Gwen's words, the grandfather argued. Yes? And what happened? Some strange alien. He's tall, muscular, and has an octopus for a head. He called himself Vilgax. I said. Of course, I can't say anything, but it's easy to make hints. Hearing Vilgax's name, Grandpa jerked the steering wheel and almost crashed into the car. Thank God he got it under control. Grandpa, be careful. Gwen said. Sorry. So what did this alien tell you? Max asked. He said he would come for us very soon. And that the Omnicrits, or something like that, would be his. I said. Omnitrix. Grandpa automatically corrected me. What? I asked, making a fool of myself. Not. Nothing. Grandpa said quickly. Okay. I'll go to sleep then. Wake me up when we arrive. I said and went to bed. I need strength tonight. 3 hours later, Grandpa Max woke me up and said that we were there. Finally waking up, I got off the bus and saw a familiar clearing. Already struck by nostalgia. Although only a month has passed since the beginning of the journey, I have the feeling that more than 1 year has passed. Strange feeling. Grandpa cooked his octopuses and we sat down to dinner. During dinner, I did not shine and quietly ate food. Gwen tried to hurt me with her comments, but I did not react. Gwen and Grandpa noticed my behavior. Still, I sat quietly and calmly, which is not typical of the local Ben. So they decided that something happened. This is understandable without telepathy. Ben, is something wrong? Grandpa asked. Are you angry with me for what I said? Don't be angry, I was just joking. You know I still love you. After all, you are my cousin. Gwen said sympathetically. Eh? No. I'm not mad at you, Gwen. I just can't forget my dream about this Vilgax. I have never seen such dreams in my life. It was so real, it felt like it was not a dream, but a vision. Do not pay attention. I said as I continued to acting. Grandfather heard me, frowned and thought hard about something. After dinner, I sat by the fire and roasted marshmallows. Half an hour later, Gwen felt like taking a walk and went into the woods. Well, the first act begins. Chapter 48-47. Gwen 10. Part 2. After 10 minutes, I asked for leave from Grandpa and went into the forest for Gwen. I quickly caught up with her, and then followed her so that she did not notice me. After 15 minutes, Gwen came to a familiar clearing. I hid in the forest and watched her. After another 2 minutes, an Omnitrix capsule fell from the sky, nearly crushing Gwen. Standing up, Gwen walked towards the capsule. I did not see further, but I can say with certainty that Gwen put on the Omnitrix. This became clear, because a flash of pink appeared from the pit. Disgusting color. A minute later, Gwen jumped out of the pit, trying to take off watch. Giving up, Gwen decided to test the Omnitrix. After activating the watch, she pressed the dial and after a flash of pink light, she transformed into a female version of Heat Blast. Quite quickly recovering from the transformation, Gwen moved a little to the side and began to play with fire. Literally. It's good that she is not an idiot like Ben and understands that she needs to be more careful. I think my time has come. Coming out of my hiding place, I walked towards the crater that the Omnitrix capsule had left with its landing. As I approached the crater, I showed myself to Gwen on purpose. Pretending to carefully examine the capsule that was still in the crater, I waited for Gwen's actions. That fool decided to sneak up behind me and scare me. Well, she made up her mind. I'll teach her to think about the consequences. Creeping up behind me, still in her Pyronite form, Gwen said, "Hey Ben, look." Pretending to have only noticed her, I turned and looked at her. "Boo," Gwen said, trying to scare me with her appearance. Pretending to be frightened, I raised my hand and formed a magical construct, in the form of an Iron Man glove. Of course everything turned out blue, but who cares? Main efficiency. Activating the repulsor on my glove, I fired a beam of energy straight at Gwen. From the impact of the repulsor, Gwen was thrown back 3 meters. After falling, Gwen, with a flash of light, became herself. What was it? What was it? We asked at the same time. Gwen decided to answer first. I was walking in the forest, and then a star fell from the sky, almost crushing me. Approaching, I saw that it was not a star, but a container. There was this watch inside. They jumped into my arms. I tried to take them off, but it didn't work. Then, I decided to check what this watch can do. Turning them on, I saw a silhouette. By pressing the dial, I turned into a fire girl. Then you came. I wanted to scare you, and when you saw me, you created a blue glove around your hand and attacked me. After that, I became myself. Now, explain to me what that glove was? Gwen demanded after her story. I do not know. You scared me. I thought you were some kind of fire monster, so I wanted to protect myself. This glove formed on my hand, and then, I acted on instinct and shot at you. That's all I know. I said. Well, of course, I lied. True, for the first time I tried to make such a glove, but I succeeded. Let the local grandfather think that I discovered my anodite abilities out of fright. It will be better this way. It is clear that nothing is clear. Can you make the glove again? Gwen asked. I pretended to focus very strongly on my hand, after which I created the same construct as before. I can. I said and fired the repulsor at the tree. The tree was broken in half by my attack. It works. With this shot, I wanted to test the power of the repulsors. When I first shot Gwen, I certainly didn't mean to hurt her, just to scare her. But now, I checked if I can shoot with sufficient force. It seems I can do even more. Here everything depends on desire. Very comfortably. Gwen, seeing the state of the tree, swallowed. Show me the clock. It seems that this is the Omnitrix that I dreamed about today. I said and took Gwen's hand. Did you dream? You mean the dream about that alien with an octopus head you were talking about? Gwen asked. Pretending that I was studying the clock, I said thoughtfully. His name is Vilgax. And yes. He said he would come for the Omnitrix. And now, the Omnitrix is on your hand. After my words, I pressed the clock button and the dial popped up. Is this the fire girl you turned into? I asked, pointing my finger at the silhouette of Heat Blast. Yes. Gwen said, nodding. At Gwen's words, I turned the dial and another silhouette appeared. Look, there are other aliens here, I said and scrolled the dial a few more times. Total 10. Gwen said that she was closely following my actions. Will you try again? I asked. Let's. Gwen said and pressed the clock. It seems that there was a silhouette of the 4 arms. But all of a sudden it didn't work out that way. After a flash of light, Gwen transformed into a female version of gray matter. It's a good thing I lowered the brightness of that flash a long time ago. She's really annoying. And it's good that I removed the random transformation function a long time ago. It's such a headache. I thought to myself, closing my eyes, shielding them from the light. How small you are, I said and lifted Gwen by the scruff of the neck. What is it? I chose a different silhouette. Complained, in a squeaky voice, Gwen, standing on my palms. I don't know, maybe a glitch, I said indifferently. It was at this moment that Vilgax's robot began to fall from the sky. Seeing a new shooting star, Gwen screamed. Ben, be careful. I ran a little into the forest so as not to get hurt. Gwen, on the other hand, jumped on my back so as not to interfere. After landing, Vilgax's robot assumed its true form and walked towards the campsite. There's Grandpa. Gwen screamed, worried. Without saying anything, I formed the Iron Man suit myself. Of course, the entire armor was made of mana and it was completely blue color. I concentrated and shot the robot in the back with the repulsor from the chest reactor. The robot was simply torn apart. It's been powerful. Not expected. Cool. Gwen said that she was still in her gray matter form. Just at that moment, Grandfather came running. When he saw us, he froze. I dispelled the Iron Man suit and began to tell everything that had happened. By the time I finished the story, Gwen had already become human since the charge had run out. Okay, I understand everything, said Grandfather, then after a little thought he asked. Ben, are you saying that you dreamed about this particular watch? Yes. Exactly the same. In the dream, they were called the Omnitrix. And this Vilgax said that he would come for us as soon as the Omnitrix was in our hands. Once again, I lied. Hearing my words, Grandfather thought for a few minutes, after which he said, Get ready, we're leaving immediately. What? But where? Gwen asked. Mount Rushmore. Now is not the time to ask questions, I will explain everything later, Max said in a voice that brooked no objections. Quickly packing our things, we got on the bus and drove to Mount Rushmore. During the journey, Gwen managed to talk to Grandpa and he told everything. And didn't forget to tell even about Verdona and the Yanadites. So, you were a galactic cop, then? Gwen asked, shocked. Yes. Grandpa said shortly. And you fought this Vilgax before? Gwen asked again. Yes. I thought he was dead, but it doesn't seem to be, Max answered. But why do you believe in Ben's dream? Gwen asked doubtfully. Too many coincidences for a simple dream, Grandpa said with a frown. Ben, why are you silent? Say something. Gwen practically screamed, for whom the whole situation was too crazy. In a dream it was about your past, Grandfather. But I thought it was just a dream. I lied. More proof that Ben's dream is true, Max said calmly. What is Ben's armor? Gwen asked, calming down a bit. I think Ben awakened his anodite abilities. But they are different for him. More unique. Can you craft only this armor? After a little thought, Grandfather said. I do not know. It's sort of instinctive. I want to protect myself and attack the enemy. This is where the armor comes in. I lied again. I don't like lying to relatives, but they're not really my Gwen and Grandpa. So I'll get over it. It was at this moment that the intergalactic tracking system appeared on the dashboard of the bus and gave a signal. Vilgax's ship is already here. Grandpa said seriously. The ship appeared in 3 minutes. And he was in the sky, right in front of our RV. A large, studded, red sphere fell out of the ship and blocked our path. Grandpa stopped the RV, took his weapon and jumped out. Gwen and I went after him. Vilgax stepped out of the sphere. And he began his villainous monologue. I was tired of wasting time, so I ran to Vilgax. The alien looked at me with a condescending smile and did not even think to move. Behind me, Gwen and Grandpa were yelling for me to stop. But I didn't listen to them. When Vilgax was 5 meters away, I formed the blue Hulkbuster armor. Not expecting such a trick, Vilgax froze in place. Once near him, I raised a huge fist of armor and hit the alien with all my foolishness. The impact sent Vilgax into the ground. Some weak Vilgax here. I couldn't even take one hit. Well, it's logical, because this Vilgax did not go through modifications, like mine. I decided to add a few more strokes, after which I stopped. I think I broke all his bones, if he has any. He can't even move. Lying now, in his own blood, in a deep crater. But he did not lose consciousness. Deciding to finish with him, I took his hand. After that, I spun on the spot and threw it with all my might right into the ship. Vilgax crashed into his ship and punched a hole in it, while I fired all my guns at the ship. From my repulsor, the ship was simply destroyed. There was nothing left of him. While Gwen and Grandpa looked on in shock at what had become of the ship, I quickly put the Vilgax sphere into my inventory. When folded, there was just enough space. Recovering, Grandfather looked at me sternly, but said only that it was time for us to leave and we went back. It's not my world, so there's nothing wrong with what I've done now. In a few hours, I'll be back and all the problems I left here will have to be dealt with by the real Ben. pat*en.com/sekil11. I started a pat*rayon here, or if there are still those who want, which I sincerely doubt, you can support me, and at the same time get a few chapters in advance. Currently there are 2 subscriptions for 2 and 5 chapters, but in the future there will be subscriptions with more chapters, up to 40, although this will certainly cost money. If you still decide to support me, I will be very grateful, because thanks to this income, I will be able to spend more time writing fanfiction. PS *on will not affect the release of chapters on Webnovel in any way. Although, starting this week, I'm moving to a different edition of chapters, 5 chapters a week, and with weekends on Saturday and Sunday. I'm sorry if I disappoint, but the days off are completely taken up with my personal affairs. PSS. If there are any problems with pat*rayon, please let me know. I don't really understand site yet and I might make a mistake somewhere. Chapter 49-48. Robbery and Homecoming. We returned to our parking lot. After talking a little about various things, but completely ignoring what happened earlier, we had dinner and Grandpa and Gwen went to bed. Pretending that I was sleeping too, I waited for them to fall asleep. Since I will most likely return to my reality as soon as I fall asleep, there are a few things I need to do. An hour later, Grandpa and Gwen had a second dream. After getting off the bus, I created the Iron Man armor and using the repulsors on my arms and legs, I took off into the sky. It was a risk, but it all worked out. After climbing a kilometer, I used the Morgana to pave the way for my goal. Following Morgana's instructions, I changed course. Even though this whole armor is just a magical construct, I could reach Mach 3, but I didn't risk it. If anything goes wrong, without the Omnitrix and my psionic abilities, I'm probably a corpse. Therefore, I flew at a speed close to the speed of sound, but no more. Just in case. 5 minutes later, I was already there. Freezing in the air with the use of repulsors, I looked at my target. At the moment, I was above the castle of the Forever Knights. This is the same castle that I once invaded and borrowed a couple of things. I thought, since this is a different universe, especially a month in the past, then I can arrange an invasion again. Moreover, there are a couple of things here that no one needs, but they will come in handy for me. This time, I wasted no time and dived straight into the alien technology storage. It's good that this room was on the second floor. Breaking through the roof, I landed in the center of the room. Automatically, I used a spell to block the cameras. There were 5 guards in the vault itself. Before they regained consciousness, I attacked them with repulsor shots, from which the knights quickly lost consciousness. After making sure there was no one else, I dispelled my armor. After that, I blocked the doors with mana shields. I was too lazy to deal with the rest of the knights, so I decided not to let them inside and finish my business quickly. First of all, I went to the stand with a small cube. Yes, it's exactly the same spatial storage as mine, just from a different dimension. Taking the cube, I went to another stand. On this stand lay the exact same broken spaceship core as the one I took on my first invasion of the castle of the Forever Knights. Using the second core, I will improve the first and make it more powerful, at least 1.5 times. Even more if I'm lucky. Previously, using one core, I could make one of the fastest ships in the universe. Now, with 2 such cores, I will definitely make the fastest ship in the entire universe. And this is without too much difficulty. I put the core in my new inventory as there is not enough space in my ring. Everything was filled by Vilgax's sphere. Taking a few more parts that will help me fix this core, they are exactly the same as in my world. I dispelled the shield construct, created the armor and flew away. After flying about 200 kilometers, so that the knights would not find me, I landed in a forest. Finding a good clearing, I dispelled the armor and pulled out the Vilgax's sphere, the core, and the components to repair it. I took off my ring and put it in my pocket. After that, I took the cube and began to feed it with his mana. 5 minutes later, I stopped, created a simple knife, cut my hand and began to pour my blood on the cube. When the cube had absorbed almost half a liter of blood, I quickly took out my ring. At that moment, the cube glowed blue, the color of my magic, and began to break into pieces. I acted quickly. Until the cube completely disintegrated, I brought my ring to it. The ring also shone with light and instantly absorbed the cube. After 10 seconds, only my ring was in my hand. It hasn't changed its appearance at all, but I knew that everything worked out. Putting the ring on my finger, I injected some magic into it to feel its capacity. Suddenly, I thought that after their merger, the capacity of my inventory would be 8 cubic meters. Since, in each cube there was 4 cubic meters of free space. But there is more space in my space. As much as 10 cubic meters. I don't know why, but I really don't care. The more space the better. Making sure everything is okay. I put all my things back in storage. Now, I need to drop in one place and I can go back home. After creating the Iron Man armor construct, I took off into the sky, where I again asked Morgana to give me a route. My next target is also related to the Forever Knights. I'm flying to Alaska. Here is one of the secret vaults of the Knights. It is in this warehouse that they store a variety of metals. Rare, valuable, and not very. I have already been here once in my reality. Here, I then needed a rare metal to create my costume. There were only 10 kilograms of this metal in the warehouse at that time. This time, I want to completely enclose this warehouse. Well, completely, I'll take everything that will fit in my inventory. Half an hour later I was there. This warehouse is for emergencies, so there is only one Forever Knight on guard here. Dive down again, I broke through the roof and found myself in the center of the warehouse. Acting according to the old scheme, I cast a spell to turn off the cameras and covered the door with a shield. First of all, I took the same metal as last time. As I said, it is very rare and useful. 10 kilo will not be superfluous. After that, I filled my spatial storage with all the metal that I needed to build my own ship. Yes, that's why I needed to visit this warehouse. In this dimension, this is probably my first and last time, so I need to take everything I need. But unfortunately, I can't take everything I want, as space is limited. I already expanded my storage, more than twice, no need to be greedy. And yes, I don't have much time. I have a feeling that as soon as midnight comes, I will be taken back to my dimension. And most likely I'm right. I will not take Omnitrix either, it will change the world too much. And who will let me? It's now 23:15. I have only time left for this warehouse and for the road back. I took all the metal that will be useful for the skin of the ship and its innards. Of course, not everything fits, but the metal that I took is enough for a lot. When I take on the construction of the ship, I will visit here again in my reality and take everything I need. With this metal, what I borrow from my world, and Merlin as a base, I'll have enough metal for a ship. Other necessary components for the ship I will have to get myself or look for in the warehouses of the Forever Knights, but this is a matter for the future. Having completed all my business, I created the armor, soared into the air and flew to the mobile home. When I got there, it was already 23:58. I quickly got on the bus and, trying not to wake anyone, climbed into bed. Relaxing in bed, I quickly lost consciousness. In a dream, I saw Professor Paradox. Looking at me, he said, "Since you've done well, I'll let you take whatever you've borrowed." Before I could say anything, I had already passed out. Home Dimension Lex 13. July 5, 2010. I woke up abruptly and sat on the bed. Looking around, I realized that I had returned home. I was in a familiar hotel room and Grandpa was sleeping in the next bed. Looking at the clock, I saw that it was almost 5 a.m. This time, I slept for a long time. It's good to be back home. Before getting out of bed, I checked my ring. Everything is in place. Spatial storage is now 10 cubic meters. Metal, Vilgax sphere, core and components in place. Thank God. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Chapter 50:49. Sphere and Cloak. I had a few more hours until everyone woke up, so I got out of bed, got dressed and turned into the Two Tails and teleported to the cave. First of all, when I arrived at my laboratory, I got the core of the spaceship. In 45 minutes, I completely fixed it using the parts which I borrowed from the Forever Knights. After completing the repair of the core using telekinesis, after all, this thing is not easy. I took it to the warehouse and put it with the first core. Let them lie together for a while, then I will connect them. In order not to go far later, I immediately went to the hangar and took out Vilgax's sphere. Well, it's healthy. As many as 4 meters in diameter and full of spikes. That's assuming it's closed. The fastest way to open it is to use Morgana. So I turned into a Ditto and created a clone. Then, the clone and I turned into human form, and I ordered the clone to become an upgrade and help me. Using his powers, the clone soaked into the sphere and created a wire. I took the wire and attached it to my bracelet. After 3 minutes, Morgana has already entered the sphere's system and destroyed everything extraneous, thereby taking the sphere under her full control. Having finished all objective, the clone in the form of an upgrade returned and I dispelled it. I recently learned how to do this without my becoming a Ditto. Previously, in order to dispel a clone, me and the clone needed to turn into Ditto. And then, I would dispel the clone and become human again. This is quite a long time. Now, I can dispel the clone even if I'm in human form. I don't know why, but I feel better. I would also like to learn how to create clones faster, it would be great. Pushing those thoughts aside, I ordered Morgana to open the sphere. The capsule split in the middle and a cabin appeared inside. Opening the door, I climbed inside and sat in a chair. And the chair is comfortable. Vilgax seems to like comfort. And most importantly, it is adjustable and I can sit comfortably in it, despite the fact that I am several times smaller than Vilgax. After closing the door, I looked at the interface. Everything here used to be in shades of red, but now, thanks to Morgana and my obsession with blue, everything burns with different shades of blue. Of course, the most important thing was a large round screen that covered the inside of the cabin. It looks like there are small cameras all over the surface of the ball. And they are well hidden and protected. So, I don't have to worry about visibility, I have a 360-degree view. Management is handled by Morgana, but just in case, I learned how to manage the sphere without the help of Morgana. The controls are quite light, somewhat similar to my Quinjet, but a little lighter. Of the weapons in this sphere, there are 2 laser cannons. Also, can shoot with a special energy web. It is not very powerful, but it can delay for a minute, although it all depends on the alien. Plus, can push special weapons from the sides of the sphere that shoot 10 cm spikes. It's dangerous enough. Well, the last weapon is external spikes. They are almost 30 centimeters long and, if necessary, they can be shot. After finishing the check, I climbed out of the sphere. Before I test it, I want to do something. Turning into an XLR-8, I ran out of the lab and ran to the store. It was still only 6 in the morning and the store I needed was still closed. So I ran to another state where there was a convenience store. Becoming myself, I entered the store and took the cart. Arriving at the right department, I completely filled the cart and went to the checkout. After paying for the entire purchase, I put everything in my inventory and turned into the Two Tails and teleported to the sphere. After taking out all the purchases from the spatial store, I set to work. After 25 minutes everything was ready. And once a dark red ball turned into a dark blue. Yes, I went to the store and bought paint. It was an expensive, fast-drying paint, so in 10 minutes it was all done. After throwing out the rest of the paint, I put the sphere in my inventory. Transforming into the Two Tails, I teleported to the desert, not far from Slaterville. Taking out the sphere, I climbed into it and closed the door. Having activated all the systems, I began to roll forward. It was cool. This sphere is just incredibly cool. Because of the spikes on it, there are no obstacles for the sphere. I'm a fool not to take such a sphere when I meet it for the first time. It's good that I had the brains to take this orb in an alternate dimension. After writing for about an hour, I decided to finish. After leaving the sphere, I put it in my inventory and returned to the laboratory. I took out the orb, left it in the hangar next to the Merlin and went to the training ground. It's time to look at my new alien. I was able to copy Shadow's DNA because he fully awakened his heritage. As I said, Shadow's grandfather was an Umbrament. This race died out several centuries ago. Despite the fact that they controlled the shadows and looked quite creepy, they were a peaceful race. The exact reason for their disappearance is unknown, but it seems that one of the last representatives of this race visited Earth and had a child, who later became the father of Lee. Wasting no more time, I turned into a new alien. After the transformation, I examined myself in the mirror that stood nearby, especially for such cases. I was completely black. I didn't even have a mouth, only eyes that shone blue. I was wearing a cloak with a hood that enveloped my entire body, also black. Although I would say that this color is darker than black. The hands that peeked out from under the cloak had 5 long fingers with sharp claws. Using my long fingers, I pulled the hood off my head. Looking in the mirror, I saw hair sticking up on my head, which seemed to consist of darkness itself. Pulling back my cloak, I looked down at my body. I was quite tall, as much as 2 meters, but at the same time I was very thin. I had no legs, instead of them there were several tentacles from the darkness. I just now realized that I have been hovering above the ground all this time. The symbol of the Omnitrix, as always, was on my chest. Pulling back the cloak once more, I looked at its inner lining. It was different from the rest of the cloak. In addition to being completely black, stars shone all over the lining. It was like a starry sky. Very beautiful. It was written in the plumber's files that the Umberments used this part of the cloak to take long-range attacks, such as laser shots, and send them to the shadow dimension. Having finished examining myself, I decided to test my abilities. After transforming back into a human, I put on my costume and used the null void ring to travel to the null void. I decided that since I have access to such a good training ground, I should definitely use it. Once in another dimension, I used telekinesis to fly. It took me 20 minutes to find a good spot with lots of shade. Landing on this piece of stone, I turned into a cloak, so I decided to name this hero, and began to test my strength. First of all, I decided to test Umberment's main ability. Journey through the shadows. Finding a good shadow, I flew towards it. Once near the shadow, I dived into it and fell into another world. It was the shadow dimension. Thanks to this dimension, I can travel through the shadows. But for this, I need a little skill. Still, this dimension is incredibly huge. And it's easy to get lost in it. Following my instincts, I emerged from this world and ended up 10 meters from where I entered. Happened. A little more practice. I have come to several conclusions. Using the shadow dimension, one can travel great distances. But it will be too long. The speed at which I fly in that world is quite small. For some reason, time goes more slowly there, but not only time, everything moves slowly. For traveling long distances, I have the two tails. But cloak is very good for infiltrating and spying through shadows. It is very convenient and useful. After completing this power check, I moved on to the next one. Umberment can also manipulate shadows. Concentrating, I tried to move the shadows. And I did it. Once I got the shadows under control, they became very easy to control. And they do whatever I want. The ability of the cloak itself, I can't test yet, but I knew one trick. Opening the cloak, I released several shadows' tentacles from them that attacked the nearest stone. The tentacles had enough strength, so that the stone was simply crushed. Deciding that it was finally time to return, I became myself and used the ring to return to my dimension. Judging by the map on the phone, this time I was brought to Uruguay. Too far. Transforming into the Two Tails, I teleported to the hotel. Grandpa and the girls just got up. Therefore, having collected all things, we took them to the RV, after which we went to have breakfast. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Sorry it's so late today. Yesterday I had a toothache and had to pull it out, since it was already impossible to cure. Chapter 51-50. Gladiators and Megacruiser. After breakfast, we got into the RV and drove on. While we were driving, Ashley decided to play the game she bought in San Francisco. I was bored, so I joined her. Fortunately, the game allowed us to play together. Shortly before lunch, Gwen asked to stop the RV in the desert area, as she wanted to practice some magic. Grandpa didn't mind, so he quickly agreed. After half an hour, we found the perfect place to train. It was a simple field. There was nothing here for several kilometers, except for a continuous field, on which there was just a huge number of wind turbines. Stopping, Grandfather told us to have lunch first, and only then go to train. This time, lunch was a simple pizza that Grandpa bought before we left San Francisco. It was quite tasty, I must say. After eating, Gwen went to train magic, and I decided that this was a good time to continue Ashley's training. Ashley, come with me. I'll train you a little, I said and went deeper into the field. Ashley followed me. So, how are you with the cover? I asked when we were far enough away from the RV. Not bad. I can finally hold a full stone cover for 5 whole minutes. The truth is no movement. And if I move slowly, it flies in a minute. And if you move sharply, the cover will disappear almost immediately. Ashley spoke about her successes. Very good, you are great. I think it would be nice if we had a sparring match. You can use your cover and charms. I will use only magic constructs. So, I can understand your approximate level in the possession of amulets, the strength of your cover and your ability in a real fight. After thinking for a bit, I suggested. Good. Ashley said excitedly and nodded her head. Attack when you're ready. I said and created a magical construct in the form of my suit. Hey, that's not fair. You said you'd only use your magic. Ashley said, pointing her finger at me. Everything is fair. So, I use my magical constructs. I said, spreading my arms out to the side. Since when? Ashley asked, frowning slightly. Since recently. I said with a grin. Good. I start. Ashley said and threw a lightning bolt at me. From the lightning, I rolled to the side. After stabilizing my position, I created a magic disc and threw it at Ashley. Ashley covered both arms in metal and crossed them in front of her face to protect herself from the disc. The metal, by the way, she took from a metal bracelet that I gave her. I made this bracelet the other day, during one of the stops. I took a simple piece of alien metal, I don't know exactly which one, melted it down with heat blast and shaped it into a simple bracelet with my telekinesis. Despite the fact that the bracelet weighs only 300 grams, there is enough material in it even for a full cover. I specifically took such a metal so that it was light, but durable. And as far as I can see, Ashley uses it very well. Before Ashley could attack again, I said. Stop. Stopping her impending attack, Ashley gave me a questioning look. First of all, you should have used the charm of telekinesis from the very beginning to get you up in the air. From a height it is easier to attack and thus you become a more difficult target. Secondly, the lightning bolt that I just dodged, you should have taken control and attacked me in the back. Yes, it would be more efficient. And thirdly, you shouldn't have used the veil to protect yourself from my attack. You could use telekinesis to crush my disc while still flying. And so, you closed your review with your own hands. Using this time, I could easily get close to you and attack at close range. Or create a more powerful magical construct, such as some kind of big gun. Understood? I said. Yes. Ashley nodded her head quickly. Okay, let's continue sparring. But this time take into account your mistakes and correct them. I said. After listening to me, Ashley used the charm and flew up 3 meters, and then attacked with lightning again. I just jumped away from the attack, but as expected, the lightning turned and flew at me again. I just created a mana shield that completely blocked her attack. I was about to attack Ashley when a column of red light fell on us from the sky and we were teleported. After a few seconds of disorientation, I found myself in a dark room, and a spotlight shone on me. As soon as I stood firmly on my feet, I heard a voice. In our ring, a new gladiator from planet Earth. After that, the room was lit up and I realized where I was. I just now understood why those wind turbines seemed so familiar to me. For all my intelligence and absolute memory, I am sometimes such an idiot. Well, here I can make an indulgence. After all, memories from a past life fade and I can forget something. After all, I didn't have an eidetic memory before. On a note, then I need to remember better the future, when there is free time. And at the moment, I was in a giant arena. Looking up, I saw a large number of spectators, but they were all here only virtually. And above, I saw a large window, beyond which there was outer space. Yes, this entire arena was on a large spaceship. It was at that moment that a robot entered the stage and stopped near me. It was a droid gladiator, rather weak, I must say. Gathering, the robot wanted to attack me, but I just pushed it away with a telekinetic blow 10 meters away. Until the robot came to its senses, I did a few things. First, I took out my backpack from the spatial ring, put it on my back, and put on my suit. After that, I dispelled the magical projection that had been on me all this time. Second, I contacted Morgana. Morgana, try to infiltrate the ship's system and take control. I ordered. I obey, my love. My AI answered me. At that moment, the gladiator robot was finally able to stand up and run towards me. I just created an Iron Man glove construct and fired the repulsor at the droid. From the shot, he was simply torn apart and he was completely out of order. The audience burst into applause at my actions. Using X-ray vision, I looked through the wall and saw Ashley. She was also attacked by a gladiator robot and she fought with him. In a couple of minutes, she'll be done with him. While there is time, there is one more thing to do. I took my phone out of inventory and called Grandpa. After a few seconds, he picked up the phone and said, "Hello. Lex, is that you? What happened to you and Ashley? You suddenly disappeared." "Calm down, Grandpa, everything is fine with us. We were supposedly kidnapped to become gladiators. But we'll be back soon. Do not worry." In a soothing tone, I said. "Are you sure?" Max asked doubtfully. "Yes. Everything will be fine. We'll be back in 2 hours at the most." "Okay. But be careful. I'm waiting for you," Max said, trusting me. After hanging up, I looked at the phone and thought how good it is that I improved this phone and connected it to the galactic network. Now, I can even call from another galaxy. Returning the phone to inventory, I looked at Ashley. She's almost finished. It was at this point that Morgana said, "Darling, I can take control of the ship, but it will be difficult to do it quietly and take 10 minutes. This ship is already under someone's total control. It looks like some sort of robot. I can use the quick method, but it will only make things worse." "Okay, Morgana, I'll do everything myself. But be ready, when I get rid of the robot, immediately take control of the ship." Expecting this, I quickly said, "Will be done," the AI said cheerfully. When I finished talking, I saw the walls in the arena come down. On the other side, I saw Ashley flying and a robot literally fried with lightning. Seeing me, Ashley smiled and flew to me, while asking, "Lex, what's going on here? Where are we?" "I'll explain everything to you later. For now, just stand behind me and don't shine." After my words, we were teleported again. We ended up in another room, and there were already 2 robots that looked like samurai. They touched their sticks to my chest and Ashley's chest. With this, they left control devices on us. As soon as they were on us, I immediately ordered Morgana to turn them off. She did it quickly. Now these things are just decoration. Looking around, we noticed several aliens that were also gladiators. They did not interest me, since all the races here do not have any special abilities. Just at that moment, dinner was served. Ashley and I sat down at the table so as not to be different from the others. But we didn't eat. The food here looks worse than what Grandpa Max likes to eat. Detravite, by the name of Technord, entered the room. He is what I need. Technord came up to us and wanted to take our food, but I hit him on the hands. A fight ensued. I turned into a forearms on purpose to attract the attention of the ship's owner. After a couple of hits, Technord was already unconscious, and I took his DNA. Come in handy. Then the samurai robots came again and took us to the owner of this vessel. When we got there, Slix Vigma, the robot and owner of this ship, began his monologue. But I quickly got tired of it, so I turned into Buzzshock and hit Slix and his bodyguards with electricity. Samurai robots quickly fried, but Slix was simply deafened. Wasting no time, I quickly transformed into Upgrade and soaked into Slix. The first thing I did was take Slix out of control of the ship. Then, I opened the way for Morgana and she quickly took over the ship. Becoming myself, I took Slix and teleported him to the Null Void. This is the right place for a slave owner like him. When the whole ship became my own, I released all the gladiators and allowed them to return home. After 15 minutes, the last alien left in an escape pod. It was time to go back, so I ordered Morgana to land the ship, which, by the way, is called Megacruiser, on Mars, which we were all ready in 10 minutes. I turned into a Sandman and went outside. Yes, this alien can survive on Mars. Using Martian sand, I wrapped the entire ship, thus hiding it. Morgana also turned off everything with which Megacruiser could be found. Returning to the ship, I turned into the Two Tails and, taking Ashley with me, teleported to Earth. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Chapter 52-51. Busashoku Mana and Detravite. After teleportation, we ended up near the RV. Having turned into myself, I left Ashley and went to look for Grandpa, who was waiting for our return. Having entered the RV, Max met me, and when he saw me, he breathed a sigh of relief. And then, he looked at me with a look that meant that he was waiting for an explanation. Sitting opposite Max, I began to tell the whole story. After 10 minutes of the story, Grandfather asked, "So what did you do with that Slicks?" "I sent him to Null Void," I said calmly. "Clear. Stop. And how did you do it?" Grandfather asked in surprise. "Oops." For the next couple of minutes, I talked about my Null Void ring. "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" Max asked, not too pleased. Somehow there was no reason. And to be honest, I already forgot about it, I said almost honestly. Grandfather gave me a suspicious look, but said nothing. Apparently decided to check me out, at least this time. "So, why did you even make that ring?" Grandfather asked after a while. "Well, there are several reasons for this. First, Null Void is a great training ground. There I cannot hold back and destroy anything. Plus, there are plenty of wild aliens I can train on. Secondly, I can send all my opponents there. As they say, out of sight and out of mind. And thirdly, if someone wants to use the Null Void projector against me and I get pulled there, I can always go back. Should always have an emergency exit," I said honestly. "Logically. Why didn't you make the same rings for girls?" Grandfather said with a nod. "This ring is not perfect. It works like a teleporter. That is, I enter in one place and exit in another. After the exit, I can get to another country or even to another planet. If I didn't have the Two Tails, I wouldn't be using this ring," I said. "Clear. So what happened to the other gladiators?" Grandpa asked. "They used the escape pods. I think by this point, they have already reached the nearest branch of the plumbers. They will be helped there," I said. "This is good. What did you do with that ship?" "For now, I hid it on Mars," I said. "And what do you want to do with him?" "Use?" Grandpa asked. "Not. It's too big and slow. I don't need one. I want to take it apart piece by piece. Something to use for the construction of my own new ship, the rest I will leave in my cave in reserve," I said. "All clear with you? Well, go to Ashley's, she's waiting for you. And yes, we're leaving in 3 hours. Don't linger," Grandfather said and got up from the table. I also got up and walked towards the exit. Outside, by the door, sat Ashley. She must have gotten tired of waiting for me. "All right, let's go to practice," I said and went to the place where we were kidnapped a couple of hours ago. Ashley followed me. "So, let's continue where we left off," I said and created a magical construct in the form of my suit. Ashley nodded and rose into the air with the help of the charm. After that, we started our sparring. After an hour, I decided that it was time for us to stop, since I had learned everything I needed. Besides, Ashley was already tired. Okay. I learned everything I wanted to. As far as I can tell, you're not very good at close combat. This is logical, because you got your fighting skills thanks to street fights and a few lessons from me. But that's bad. After all, you are an Osmosian and at the moment you are learning how to absorb matter, which of course implies close combat. At least in the initial stages. Therefore, you should focus on martial arts training. Well, I'll help you with that. You're fine with ranged combat. It's all thanks to the charms. So, while you cannot pay much attention to these skills, but still, do not forget to train them so as not to rust. Ideally, after everything, you should turn into an all-round fighter. But before that, still study and study. In the future, you will be able to combine skills. For example, using telekinesis to increase the power of their blows. Or increase damage with lightning. You can become very strong, but you have to practice. Good. I finished speaking. Yes. I will work hard so you can be proud of me. Ashley said and clenched her fists in determination. Silly, I'm already very proud of you. Try not for me, but for yourself. I said and kissed Ashley on the lips. Ashley was shocked at first, but after a couple of seconds she began to return the kiss. We kissed for 15 minutes, then finally broke up. Good. Let's continue. Cover your hands with metal. And we will begin. I ordered. After listening to me, Ashley covered her arms up to the elbow with metal. I did the same, but instead of metal I used my mana. I just now realized that I can use my magical constructs as the armament hockey. I don't know how strong this coating is yet, but Ashley will help me with this. It is indeed very similar to the armament hockey, but instead of being black, my hands are covered with a dark blue veil. To make it stronger, I used several thin layers superimposed on each other. After all the preparations, we started training in martial arts through sparring. We stopped after an hour. Ashley is already tired. Enough for today. Ashley made good progress today. She seems to have a great talent for close combat. Now, she's pretty good. It will be even better when she can use the full cover. As for my Busashoko mana, that's what I called it, it turned out pretty good. This veil is as strong and durable as Ashley's metal cover. Busashoko mana gives high defense and even slightly increases the power of the blow by about 15%. It is very good. And most importantly, it can always be used. And even, along with the flow of mana through the body. And all this adds up. In addition, Busashoku mana is easier and faster to use than a mana flow. So, some pluses. After sending Ashley to the bus, I went to look for Gwen. She left for training almost like 6 hours ago. It's time for her to rest. Using telekinesis, I took off into the sky and searched for Gwen using my farsightedness. Gwen was found 3 kilometers from the RV. Right now, she was walking in the sky using the ladder of mana. Apparently, she finally learned this trick. Flying up to her, I hovered behind her and said, "Hey Gwen, how are you?" She seemed to be very focused, and when she heard me, she lost her concentration, causing the mana platform she was standing on to dissipate and Gwen began to fall. Quickly picking her up, I took Gwen in my arms like a princess and gently landed on the ground. "God, Lex, don't ever do that again," Gwen said and punched me in the chest. "Sorry. My fault. Well, how are you?" I asked and put Gwen on the ground. "Not bad. I improved the control and even increased the density a bit. Also, as you can see, I learned how to make the ladder. But that's all for now. I'm still far from your designs," Gwen said. "Do not worry. Still ahead. In the future, your magic will be better than mine. I just got lucky is all. I said. Okay. So why did you come? Is it time to return? We have another half an hour. Actually, I wanted to ask you to help me. I said. Yes? And what do you need? Gwen asked. I have a new alien. Detravite. He has no special abilities other than one. Detravite homeland is planet Vulcan. It's incredibly hot there. For Vulcan, a cold day is 850 degrees Celsius. So, Detravite is strong, hardy, tenacious. Well, of course, it is resistant to high temperatures. I said. So, you want me to use the charm of pyrokinesis to test your new alien's heat resistance? Gwen asked, understanding my idea. Right. So, can you help? I asked with a nod. Certainly. In addition, we will be able to find out the maximum temperature of my flame. The girl said enthusiastically. Fine. Then, I turn. I said, and with a flash of light, I turned into an alien. I was 3 meters tall. Big and muscular. The skin was orange. There was no hair on the head, but there is a plate that covers the skull. There are no lips, so all the teeth are on the outside. The eyes are blue, and 2 horns grow from the jaw. I was dressed in black and white armor that covered my entire body except for my head. This armor was quite common for Detravites. It is not very strong, but also withstands high temperatures. After the transformation, I signaled to Gwen and flames poured over me. I didn't feel anything at all. After 15 minutes of incessant fire, Gwen stopped. I didn't feel anything. Apparently, the fire of the charm is too weak, said Gwen, tired. Looks like it. Okay, then I can handle it myself. But anyway, thanks for the help. I said and thought about it. It was strange. As far as I know, the fire of the charm has a temperature of 3000 degrees. And Detravites can easily withstand 2000 degrees, then they get hot. Not a single Detravite could withstand such a temperature, especially for 15 minutes in a row. Apparently, again the effects of the serum. But why did the armor hold up? Unclear. Okay, I'll find out later. I have to use clones. Okay, let's go back. It's time for us. I said and kissed Gwen. After that, I took her in his arms and flew to the bus. When we arrived, we went inside. Seeing that we had returned, Grandpa got behind the wheel and started the engine. And we set off to our next destination. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Chapter 53-52. The Galactic Enforcers. After a couple of hours, we arrived at the next city. It was Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The girls convinced Max to stay at the hotel again, so we found a good 4-star hotel and settled into it. It was practically the same room as the one we had in San Francisco. Also 3 rooms, 1 living room and 2 bedrooms, with 2 beds in each. This time, I managed to persuade grandfather and I was able to pay for the room, without any fraud. Moreover, Max noticed that I paid for a room in San Francisco. Most likely, he realized that no matter what he said, I still would not let him spend his money and finally gave up. Since this is the case, I offered not to save money and find a 5-star hotel, but then Grandpa insisted on his own and did not allow me to spend money on trifles. In general, we checked into the hotel and had lunch there. There was a good restaurant downstairs, and that's where we stuffed our stomachs. It was already relatively late, so Max went to bed, and the girls and I finally decided to spend some time alone. We slipped out of the hotel and went to walk around the city and see local sights. At the same time, Gwen and Ashley all the time hugged my arms. Also, from time to time we kissed. All in all, we had a good date. We returned to the hotel by midnight, after which we kissed in the living room for another half an hour. When we were finally able to break away from each other, it was already deep night. After saying goodbye to the girls, I went to my room, got into bed and immediately fell asleep. July 6, 2010. I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. As always lately, I decided to mind my own business while everyone was still sleeping. Leaving the room, so as not to wake Grandpa, I turned into the Two Tails and teleported to Mars. I ended up in the megacruiser's control room. First, I turned into a ghost freak and using this alien, I wanted to explore the ship. It took me an hour to fully explore the entire ship. In the end, I never found anything interesting. This ship did not even have residential cabins, since the main inhabitants of this ship were robots. No, of course there was a place where the captive gladiators lived, but it was just a large room where the gladiators lived all together. The only living room on the entire ship was created specifically for the champion. It, until recently, was occupied by Technorg. The largest room on the ship is the arena. Well, that's understandable. There were seats for 100,000 spectators. But, as I said, all the spectators were here virtually. They used a special VR helmet, which was quite common in the galaxy, and connected to the broadcast. In fact, these gladiator fights were banned, so it was all broadcast over the galactic darknet. The arena itself was almost 1.5 kilometers in diameter. She filled the entire middle part of the ship. In front of the ship there was a central cabin, where there was a captain's bridge. Under the bridge was the storage of all the robots. It was from there that the gladiator robots entered the arena. And it was there that the samurai robots were that acted as guards on the ship and Slicks as bodyguards. At the back of the ship, there was an engine and a core. In general, the engine room. Having finished with the inspection, I ordered Morgana to bring all the robots that were on board the ship to the surface of Mars. They are strong enough to withstand the atmosphere of this planet. Moreover, thanks to the dome of sand, they will not suffer from strong winds. There were 3,000 gladiator robots and 500 samurai robots in total. The truth is, I don't need those gladiators. To me, they are just pieces of metal. Plus, they're not very good. But the samurai, I can use. When I reprogram them, they'll be good guards or cooks. Basically, servants. But that's later. When all the robots were outside, I put on my suit and went to the surface of the planet. Just before leaving, I covered my body with a layer of magic to protect myself from the harsh conditions of Mars. This is somewhat similar to what the Green Lanterns use to be in the vacuum of space. But, I'm not sure that I can be in a vacuum. I'm not crazy to check it out. And where can I get oxygen for breathing? Now, I just held my breath. After the serum stabilizes, I cannot breathe for a whole 10 minutes. This time is enough for me. When I went outside, I turned into Ditto, after which I created 3 clones, which immediately turned into Upgrade. These clones will dismantle the ship. It will take them a few days to finish everything. Still, this ship was called the Mega Cruiser for a reason. It is almost 4 kilometers long and 2 wide. With this I will also check how many clones can exist. And also, won't something happen because of such a great distance? The clones went to do their job, and I turned into the Two Tails and teleported to the hotel room. It was already 6 a.m. Grandfather was already up, but the girls were still sleeping. I was too lazy to do anything else, so I just lay on the couch and watched TV. 2 hours later the girls got up and we went to have breakfast. After breakfast at the hotel, we all went for a walk around the city while Grandfather told us stories from his life related to the city. I can't help but wonder how busy Max's life was. He has a story for all occasions. At the moment, we were in the Museum of Modern Art. I love museums in general and I love history. But I don't understand contemporary art. And I probably never will. For example, Now we went to the roof of the museum, where there are also several exhibits. There is a fountain here. Well, the fountain is like a fountain. Pretty simple and small. This, I can understand. But 2 meters from the fountain is a huge human foot. What the hell? What's the point of this? I do not know. And Gwen seems to like it. Ashley also seems to think that this is all garbage incomprehensible. I can't tell exactly what grandfather thinks about this place, but a superficial test of telepathy showed that Max also did not have a very high opinion of this art. Things couldn't be quiet for too long, and just at that moment, a small spaceship flew over our heads. It was even smaller than my Quinjet. Most likely, this is just a boat for traveling on the surfaces of the planets. The boat flew on. I knew perfectly well who was inside, thanks to the knowledge of canon. But anyway, just in case, I checked the ship with X-ray vision and confirmed the veracity of my assumptions. After telling the family that I would deal with the guests myself, I put on a suit and flew after the ship. There were no people around, so I don't have to worry that someone will see me. I tested it with a new trick. Using my telepathy, I send out a wave similar to echolocation, then the wave returns and I learn the location of the nearest sentients. Morgana took care of the cameras. After that story with the Legion, I asked my AI to always check nearby cameras and remove what they don't need to see. The boat landed in the center of the street 2 blocks from the museum. By this point, I was already hovering above the ground and looking at the transport. A couple of seconds after landing, the door opened and Detravite stepped out. It was Vulcanus. That one is a scammer. He looked exactly like me in the form of an alien of this race, only his armor was brown. Coming out of his boat, Vulcanus began to ask about the deposits of Byzantium alloy from the crowd of onlookers. Byzantium alloy is a simple iron ore. Apparently in the galaxy, only on Earth it is plentiful and easy to find. Having received no answer from the frightened people, Vulcanus got angry and already wanted to hit the ground to scare the people. But I didn't let him do it. Turning into Vulcan, as I decided to call this alien, I swooped down on Vulcanus. Yes, my imagination is weak. I landed right on his back. From the blow he was simply dented into the asphalt. Before Vulcanus came to his senses, I looked at the crowd and shouted, "Go away!" People, hearing my cry, screamed and fled in panic, in all directions. Then, I hit Vulcanus on the head, then picked him up and put him in a chokehold. A minute later, Vulcanus lost consciousness. He certainly fought, but he did not have a chance. According to my observations, I was 5 times stronger than him. Kind of overkill. This alien is still too strong. A couple of tests will need to be done. It was at this moment that 66 flew out of the ship using his jetpack. Seeing me and seeming to recognize me, he took out his weapon and attacked. I quickly turned into a stinkfly and dodged the shot. After that, I shot at 66, from the mouth and eyes, with sticky and smelly slime. 66 couldn't dodge and was covered in slime. He could no longer fly, so he fell to the ground. I, right in the air, turned into a heat blast and threw a fireball at 66. The slime was explosive, so it exploded from the fireball, thereby causing great damage to my opponent. When all the smoke was gone, a battered 66 could be seen. Part of his armor had already broken, but he was still conscious. I landed on the ground, after which I turned into buzzshock and used electricity to attack 66. My electricity fried the entire system of his suit. Plus, it did a lot of damage to his body. So he passed out pretty quickly. After defeating him, I returned to human form. But I was still in costume. Precisely, at this moment, when everything was already over, using the teleportation system, the Galactic Enforcers arrived. They consisted of a Tetraman woman named Teeny, a brain-in-a-jar-like alien with 6 tentacles named Synaptak, and their leader, a local blue-skinned Superman named Ultimos. As they landed, they stared in shock at the defeated Vulcanus and 66. Before they came to their senses, I quickly scanned Synaptac and Ultimus. Come in handy. Moving away from the shock, they looked at me and their leader asked, "Is that you? Who are you?" Instead of answering, I showed them the Omnitrix. Now it is clear. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ultimus. And this is Synaptac and Teeny. We are the Galactic Enforce. Without letting him finish, I said, "I know who you are. Since you've arrived, take these two. And please, this time, make sure they don't escape." "Oh, yes, of course. We swear by the Galactic Codex that they will never escape again." "Too pathetic," said Ultimus. "Okay," I said and turned around to leave. "Wait. Can you tell us the name of the Omnitrix wearer?" asked Synaptac. "You can call me the Legion," I said and turned into the Two Tails, teleported to the roof of the building and began to observe them. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Chapter 54-53. Element X. Sitting on the edge of the roof of a skyscraper, I watched as the Galactic Enforcers handcuffed 66 and Vulcanus. While I watched them clean up after me, Morgana told me that my phone was getting a call. I have no place to carry my phone while wearing a suit, besides, it will only get in the way. And while the phone is in my inventory, it's offline. It really is a completely different space. And so far, I cannot create a phone that will receive calls from different spaces. It's also good that time in the vault goes according to my time. So, thanks to Morgana, I can find out when someone call me. Although it may not be very good. After all, a storage in which time has stopped is much more useful. But it seems that even for telemates this is too high technology. Pushing my thoughts aside, I took my phone out of my spatial storage and looked at the screen. Gwen called me. After removing my mask so that I could talk normally, I picked up the phone and said, "Hello. Lex? Where did you disappear to?" Gwen asked. "Not far from the museum, a couple of aliens decided to make a riot. So I left to stop them." I just said. "Do you need help?" Gwen asked. "No, I'm already done. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Do not worry." I said. "Okay. Come back soon. Love you." Gwen said. "I love you too," I said and hung up the call, after which I put the phone back in inventory. By this point, 66 and Vulcanus were tied up. Teeny picked them up and slung them over her shoulders. After that, all the Galactic Enforcers and criminals were teleported, using a beam of blue light, to the ship that was now in orbit. Yeah, it seems that these heroes have enough brains for me. They left Vulcanus' spaceboat on Earth. Just like that, without supervision. They left at least one. Why would everyone go back to the ship together? But the ship now has a mineral called Element X. If combine Element X and Byzantium alloy, can create a bomb powerful enough to destroy half the universe. This Element X is incredibly rare. It used to be mined on the planet Thalassia. And as is usually the case in this universe, this planet was destroyed. Therefore, Element X is practically not found in the entire universe. The people of Thalassia used Element X as a power source for their spaceships. But with the disappearance of the planet, the means of such use of this mineral were lost. And the only use of Element X that is known at the moment is to combine it with ordinary iron ore and create a doomsday bomb. I thought a little more and decided that I shouldn't trust such a dangerous mineral to these blockheads who consider themselves heroes. And besides, being able to get Element X is an incredible stroke of luck. I'll be able to study it better and maybe find other ways to use it besides the primitive bomb. There is a possibility that I can find a way to use it in my spaceship. This idea inspired me incredibly, so until the heroes returned, I decided to privatize Element X. Turning into a ghost freak, I became invisible and intangible, after which I flew to the boat of Vulcanus. Once near the ship, I checked it with my X-ray vision. After a couple of seconds, I found a secret compartment under the captain's chair, where Element X was located. Flying through the wall of the ship, I ended up in the cockpit. Reaching my hand through the floor, I found a flask with a mineral and grabbing it, I left the shuttle and returned to the roof of the skyscraper. After transforming into myself, I put Element X into my spatial storage and sat on the edge of the roof. After a couple of minutes, Ultimos returned. Once near the shuttle, he talked about something with his partners on the communicator and touched the shuttle, after which Ultimus and the boat were teleported. Since there was nothing else of interest here, I decided to return to my family. Using my supervision, I found my family at the entrance to the Museum of Modern Art. Transforming into the Two Tails, I teleported to an alley near the museum. After canceling the transformation, I approached the grandfather and the girls. "Hey!" I said and waved my hand. "Lex! You are back. Well, what happened there?" Ashley asked. "Let's go eat. I'll tell you during lunch," I said. Nobody was against my proposal, so we quickly found a pizzeria. Sitting at a table in the open air, we ordered pizza, after which I began the story. Actually, 6-6 escaped from prison, I said firstly. 6-6? Ashley asked, tilting her head sweetly. This is one of the hunters who came to Earth for the Omnitrix. I defeated him and Tetrax was supposed to take him to prison. But it looks like he didn't stay there long, I said. So he came to Earth? Grandfather asked with a frown. Yes. Along with one Detrobite named Vulcanus. Nodding my head, I said. Oh, I know him. A couple of times I caught him and put him in jail. But he always runs away. Vulcanus himself is dumb, but resourceful, Grandpa said. Looks like 6-6 and Vulcanus met in prison and ran away together. Then, they went to the plumber's storage, where they stole Element X. Here they came to get Byzantium alloy, I said, the information that Morgana had just found. Crazy, Grandpa practically shouted. What is Byzantium alloy and Element X? Asked Gwen, uncomprehending. Byzantium alloy is a common iron ore. It's unexpected, but it's quite rare in the galaxy. The only reason why a huge number of aliens do not come to Earth to mine ore is because no one needs it. There are much better and more useful ore in the universe. And Element X is a rare mineral. It's almost gone, Grandpa said. And why did they need the ore and Element X? Ashley asked. The only known way to use Element X is to combine it with Byzantium alloy to create an incredibly powerful bomb. These idiots wanted to create such a bomb and use it to blackmail the high-ranking personalities of the galaxy, I said. Really, idiots, Max said. It's good that you dealt with them quickly, Ashley spoke. Right, Gwen confirmed. At this point, the waiter brought our order, so we put the conversation on hold until the waiter left. That's not all. After defeating 6-6 and Vulcanus, the Galactic Enforcers arrived on Earth. I said. Who is this? Ashley asked curiously. You mean the plumbers of space? Gwen asked. Not really. The Galactic Enforcers are a special squad of 3 aliens. In fact, this is a superhero team, I said. Are these real superheroes? Ashley asked with a twinkle in her eye. Again, not really. Their unit is an offshoot of the plumbers, I said. So, what's the difference? Asked Gwen, again confused. You see, Gwen, on many planets plumbers don't have the best reputation, many don't like them very much. Here the leadership decided to do something that would raise the reputation of the plumbers, Grandpa said. And this is a team of Galactic Enforcers? Gwen asked, realizing. Right. They perform heroic deeds and raise the reputation of the plumbers. Grandpa said. Basically, they are ordinary clowns. In fact, they make little sense. They even squabble often. But still, they are incredibly popular. All in all, the tactic worked. I said. And what can you say about them? Ashley asked. Goonies. They talk during the fight. They always talk about some kind of galactic code. In general, in my opinion, they don't even know what their team was created for. But, I got a couple of good aliens. I said with a grin. So what happened to these heroes in the end? Gwen asked. Nothing. I've given them the fugitives. The superheroes took them in and promised not to let them escape from prison again. After that, they flew away. I said. It's great that it all ended like this. Well then, let's eat. Grandfather said and began to eat. We also started eating. Having served a few pizzas, we went for a walk further. While walking, I received a message from Morgana. I groaned in annoyance as I read it. The girls heard this and asked. What's happened? I didn't say anything, just showed my phone. On the screen was a video of me fighting versus Sixes and Volcanus. Also, my interactions with the Galactic Enforcers. Also, you could see the title of the video. It read Legion against Evil Aliens. Seeing this, Ashley and Gwen smirked, after which they began to openly laugh. They calmed down after only 5 minutes. It looks like one of those people was able to film everything on a camera phone. The problem is, this video proves my existence. Before, I was something of an urban legend. But now, I can see perfectly. That means more problems for me. Okay. Let's forget this. Let's go to the cinema. I said. Taking a deep breath, Gwen said. I don't mind. There, just a good movie is on. I want to go too. Ashley calmed down. Go without me. My old friend lives in the city. I wanted to visit him. Grandfather said and gave us a thumbs up. After that, he left us, and we went to look for a cinema. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Chapter 55-54. Mutation, Ultimos and Squid. 3 hours later, we left the cinema. The movie was good, but I've seen better. We decided to walk a little more, so we first called Grandfather to warn him. Max was not opposed, so we continued to explore the city with a pure soul. But, we quickly got tired of it. There is nothing special about Pittsburgh. Too much, it looks like a typical American city. We've seen it all before, and more than once. Besides, we saw enough yesterday. Therefore, I suggested leaving the city. More specifically, the country. Since it is now the middle of summer, I suggested that the girls go to the Bahamas. Especially for the whole summer, we have never been to the sea. This urgently needed to be fixed. The girls were delighted with this idea. Therefore, we quickly returned to the hotel so that the girls took swimsuits and towels. Plus, take food and water, just in case. When everything was collected, I put things in my inventory. After that, I turned into the two tails, wrapped my tails around the girls and teleported to the Bahamas. We ended up on a wild sandy beach. It seems that no one knows about this place, everything is overgrown with weeds. But, the water is clear. So azure. Beauty. Having released the girls, I asked them to move away. To clean up this beach, I turned into the Sandman. By manipulating the sand, I cleaned up the beach and turned it into a real dream. Also, from the sand, I created 2 changing cabins. After finishing cleaning the beach, I told the girls to change, which they quickly did, and after them, I also put on my swimming trunks. After unpacking our things, we went for a swim in the ocean. The water was wonderful. Very warm. We had fun until 11 at night. Also, we kissed all the time. It's been a very good day. After collecting our things, we returned to the hotel. Grandfather was already waiting for us there. He didn't say anything, just grinned. How infuriating is his smirk. After almost a whole day on the beach, the girls and I were very tired, so we immediately went to bed. July 7, 2010. I woke up at 2 in the morning. I was awakened by a message that my clones were divorced. It's been about 20 hours. It seems that this is the maximum possible time for the existence of my clones at such a distance. In fact, very good indeed. After all, they have been on another planet all this time. Also engaged in the dismantling of the ship. I could no longer sleep, so I left the room and teleported to Mars, wrapping myself in a layer of magic in advance to protect myself from the harsh environment of the planet. Arriving on the fourth planet from the sun, I saw that 1/3 of the ship had already been dismantled. Not bad. Turning into Ditto, I created 3 more clones that became upgrades and continued to dismantle the ship. I, however, decided that it was worth sending all the materials that were already ready. It was a huge pile of all kinds of materials. There are a lot of things here. Since it was not worth wasting time, I became the Two Tails again and started redirecting all the materials to the warehouse in my cave. The clones deliberately divided the materials so that I could teleport all parts, 1. It took me 2 hours to get everything to the warehouse. There was just too much of everything. But this is only 1/3 of the ship. Horror. Constant teleportation for 2 hours completely exhausted me. I was very tired, but I had one more thing to do. Taking myself in hand, I moved to my laboratory. Having turned into Vulcan, I took a sample of his DNA and ran all the necessary tests. My Detrobite is somehow much stronger than it should be. I understand that it is enhanced by my serum, but it should not be 5 times stronger than Vulcanus. Maximum 2. But not at 5. Yes, and its fire resistance also goes beyond all boundaries. After 10 minutes the results were ready and I really found the answer. It seems that Technord was an unusual Detrovite. Could say he was a mutant. I don't know if it's congenital or they experimented on it, but it has a very unusual genome. Only, Technord's entire mutation was not active. The only thing that could be seen from him was increased strength. And that's all. And when I scanned his DNA and added it to the Omnitrix, then mixed with my serum, the mutation activated. And now, instead of the usual Detrobite, Alpha Detrobite became available to me, so to speak. He is more stronger, more durable, more tenacious, and so on. Having finished with the tests, I went to the training ground to accurately determine the physical characteristics of my Alpha. Within an hour, I found out everything I needed. Vulcan is 3 times stronger than the 4 arms. Faster than Gax. The skin is also tough enough to withstand machine gun fire from laser weapons. And the maximum temperature it can withstand is 10 feet 0 inches degrees Celsius. Foo asterisk K off. When I scanned Technord, I didn't expect much from this alien. But unexpectedly, I hit the jackpot. This mutation is not very strong, but I think that by studying it, I can create a new serum. It will increase not only physical characteristics, but also natural abilities. For example, according to the idea, after taking the new serum, the fire of the heat blast will be hotter. My magic should also get a power surge. But this is for the future. Now I definitely don't have enough strength to create a new serum. And I first need to fully explore the mutation, then study it and only then create the serum. For now, I turned on the analyzer. For the next week, he'll be explore Vulcan's DNA. When the results are ready, I will decide what to do next. In the meantime, I'll move on to studying the next alien. I turned into Ultimos.
I will call this alien that, as the name is suitable.
Looking at myself in the mirror, I saw that I looked exactly like the original Ultimos. 2 meters tall. The physique is muscular, I would even say heroic. Bald head, blue skin. The eyes glow blue.
Dressed in a heroic costume.
Cloak, pants, and gloves in white. Black shirt and boots. On the chest, instead of a U, is the symbol of the Omnitrix.
After looking at myself, I decided to test my strength.
Although Ultimos is a clear parody of Superman, he is nowhere near as strong. I can understand 100 tons. It's a lot, but even Gax raises so much. My speed is about 100 kilometers per second. Not bad.
Thermal vision is weaker than that of Gax, but it can be used on not very strong enemies without fear of killing them.
Frost breath isn't too powerful either. But it's useful. Body strength is very worthy. About the same as my suit.
But the most important thing is the flight. I can fly faster than the stinkfly and maneuverability is excellent.
In principle, a good alien. Sometimes it is very useful when there is an alien with several abilities. It's the turn of the last alien. Squid. He is from the ventriloquid race. His main abilities are telepathy and telekinesis. Turning into him, I examined myself. I was a copy of the Synaptac. The only difference is that the tentacles were white with black lines. I was constantly flying using telekinesis, so I decided to test this power first. Wow! My telekinesis is now incredibly powerful. I can safely move the moon if I want to. Next, I checked telepathy.
They also gain strength.
It feels like I put on Cerebro. Now, I can read the minds of the entire planet. And not only this. But, I won't even try. This is a terrible power. I practiced a little more, after which I teleported to the room and immediately fell asleep. I have absolutely no strength left.
I haven't felt this tired in a long time.
patrasteriskian.com/sekal11.
Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance.
Chapter 56-55. A Gregor.
When I woke up, I found myself in some kind of white space. There was nothing here, just pure whiteness. At first, I immediately thought that I had died again. But, having quickly checked the Omnitrix and all the rest of his property, he saw that everything was in place and everything worked.
So I'm not dead. Probably.
Since standing in one place would not help me in any way, I decided to explore the whole area.
Choosing a direction at random, I went ahead. Damn, I don't seem to have slept at all.
I still feel very tired.
I think I even have bags under my eyes. There are no forces at all.
If this place wasn't so white, I'd just lay down on the floor and fall asleep.
All this whiteness brings back bad memories for me. About my death. I don't want to think about it. Okay. We need to pull ourselves together and move forward. I thought as I continued walking.
After an hour of wandering through this endless whiteness, I heard voices.
Walking towards them, I saw a wall. She was also white.
Although it can hardly be called a wall.
More like a white membrane.
But the voices came from the other side.
So I decided to try and move on. And I did it. Turns out it was more of a mist. Also white.
But because everything here is white, it was very difficult to understand.
So I was able to get through.
The further I walked, the more distinctly the voices were heard. It seems that there were 2 guys and 1 girl on the other side. Before I could completely get through the fog, I heard the familiar voice of Professor Paradox in my head.
Since you've been brought here, it must be fate.
So please help them. Moreover, with your help, they will do much better. And, I beg you, keep your tendency to steal everything useful in your hands.
Even for my sake.
He said the first part of the sentence, in all seriousness.
And the second, obviously with humor. Not quite understanding what he meant, I went ahead and overcame the barrier.
It seems that people on the other side have already noticed me, since one of the guys said that he sees my silhouette. Finally, emerging from the mist of whiteness, I looked around. Now, I was on the wing of the spaceship, which for some reason looked like an ordinary green plane.
Strange design.
Looking at the people who were also standing on the wing, I could only squeeze out.
F***CK. Underscore.
Aggressor is a representative of the Osmosian race. One day, this alien came up with a crazy plan. If this plan could be translated into reality, the egregor would become the most powerful being in the universe.
And not one.
The first part of the plan was to create a special machine.
Despite all the madness and cruelty of the egregor, he was an intelligent human. Even though he's not human.
Using an experimental time machine from Los Soledad, the place where Professor Paradox was once born, the egregor created a machine that could help him become omnipotent. Because the egregor is an Osmosian, he can absorb matter, energy, and DNA. An egregor of those who decided to absorb DNA, so despite everything, he became insane. But, no matter how strong he is, the egregor is a normal Osmosian, which means that he can only absorb 1/10 of the strength of the chosen alien.
To correct this misunderstanding, this machine was created.
Using it, he could completely absorb the entire power of the aliens.
Completely means completely. There shouldn't be anything left of the aliens he wanted to devour. Even dust particles.
To become as strong as possible, the egregor chose 5 unusual aliens.
All these 5 aliens came from the Andromeda Galaxy.
More precisely, the egregor kidnapped them from their home in order to devour their bodies without a trace.
These aliens are unusual in that each of them represented his own element. Galapagos. The representative of the race is Geochelonario. It symbolizes the element of wind. Aerokinesis. Galapagos can create powerful gusts of wind with its arms and legs. He looks like a big turtle.
His race is very peaceful and they do not know lies, wars and other terrible things.
In general, a utopia. At least that was the case before the egregor came. Rad. Representative of the Amperi race. It symbolizes the element of lightning. Electrokinesis. Outwardly, it looks like an amphibian. He can create and manipulate electricity. Bivalven. Representative of the Orishan race. It symbolizes water. Hydrokinesis. This alien is capable of creating and manipulating water, but in very limited quantities.
Also, he is dressed in a natural exoskeleton, like a mollusk.
Andreas. Teacher of the Talpedan race. It symbolizes the earth. Terrakinesis.
With powerful pneumatic drills built into his forearms, Andreas can create earthquakes and powerful shock waves. Also, he can dig the ground and create tunnels.
It is very similar to an armadillo. Only in yellow armor. And last. Pandur. Representative of the Pripyatosian bee race. It symbolizes fire. Pyrokinesis. Although, this particular alien is more likely to have more to do with radiation than with fire, but that's not the point.
Pandur is clad in thick armor that keeps his powers at bay. But without it, he can absorb nuclear energy and becomes almost invincible.
It was these aliens that the egregor chose for his plans.
Due to the fact that these aliens represent the elements, if the egregor absorbs them, he will enter a fundamental level of power.
And he did it. Absorbed all their energy and their bodies. Nothing left. After absorbing, he will gain incredible strength and become an ultimate egregor. Unlike ordinary Osmosians, he will receive not part of their forces, but absolutely all. No limits. And all this thanks to his car.
Now, in his body was the full power of the 6 aliens. His own and the power of Pander, Ariad, Andreas, Galapagos, and Bivalven. Of course, they tried to stop him, but nothing happened. And the first part of the egregor's plan was carried out. After that, he proceeded to the second, according to which, the aggressor, using his newfound powers, had to get the Map of Infinity.
The Map of Infinity is an alien artifact created by Professor Paradox.
It is a complete map of space and time spanning 17 dimensions. Whoever owns the card can travel anywhere in the universe. After creating the map, Professor Paradox realized that it was too powerful and could bring a lot of trouble if it fell into the wrong hands. Therefore, he divided the Map of Infinity into 4 parts. And each part was well hidden in the most inaccessible places and disguised as a foreign object. The first part was kept in the sacred temple of the Necrophrygians on the planet Mictlty, colony of the Big Chill race. Egregor successfully stole this part. The second part of the Infinity Map was kept on the planet Pisxis. This is the homeworld of the hero Ripjaws. Pisxis is 99% water. And only the very core of the planet was solid. It was in the core that the second part of the map was stored. This part, the egregor also got it without any problems. Egregor stole the third part of the map from the magical dimension Ledger Domain from an evil sorcerer named Edwatia. Part of the Map of Infinity was disguised as the Alpha Rune, which gave its owner power over magic itself. Egregor found the last fourth part in the Perplexahedron, a giant cube that floats in space and is a defense mechanism against illegal encroachments on a fragment of the Map of Infinity. This place was also created by Professor Paradox. Having collected the entire map, the aggressor carried out the second part of the plan. The third part of the plan was to go to the Forge of Creation. The Forge of Creation is the homeworld of the Celestialcipian, or as they are also known as the Celestials. Race of Alien X. The Forge is located outside our universe in interspace. And she is hidden from everyone. The Forge of Creation is enclosed within the temporary barrier of randomization. This means that it is out of sync with all time and without the Map of Infinity, completely inaccessible. Except for Professor Paradox and any Celestialcipian. However, Professor Paradox is not allowed to be within 500 light-years of the Celestials and therefore is not allowed to enter the Forge of Creation.
Egregor wants to get into the Forge of Creation, absorb the newborn Celestialcipian and take away his strength. With the power of 5 aliens and a Celestialcipian, the egregor will become absolutely omnipotent and invincible. That is why it must be stopped. While the aggressor was carrying out his plan, Ben Tennyson and his friends constantly tried to stop him. But, over and over again, they failed. And now, they have only one chance left to stop the ultimate egregor, otherwise all will be lost. Luckily, a powerful ally came to their aid. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11.
Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance.
Chapter 57, 56. Path to the Forge of Creation. Ben Tennyson, his cousin Gwen and Kevin Levin were the only ones who could stop egregor. But every time they lost. They failed to protect the aliens from the Andromeda Galaxy. All of them eventually fell into the hands of egregor and he received all their power. Later, they had 4 attempts to thwart egregor's plans. If they could get just one piece of the Map of Infinity, they could hide it or destroy it. This would completely destroy all the plans of egregor and he would cease to be such a dangerous threat. He would certainly be strong, but not that dangerous. But here again, Ben and his friends screwed up. Egregor has collected the entire Map of Infinity and is now on his way to the Forge of Creation to become the strongest being in the universe. Ben POV. Prime Dimension, Ben 10 Prime. Galvin Prime, November 12, 2015. We lost. We were unable to stop egregor and he collected all the pieces of the Map of Infinity. But, we should have another chance. And we will definitely use it. After losing, we left the perplexahedron and went to Galvan Prime. We need help, and the only one who can provide it and give us the advice we need is Azimuth. Therefore, as soon as we arrived on the planet, we immediately headed to the Tower of Azimuth. There, we quickly found Galvan himself, but when he saw us, he immediately began to yell. "You have failed," said the angry Azimuth. "How strict?" Kevin said, trying to defuse the situation. "You had 4 opportunities to stop Egregor and prevent him from collecting the map of infinity. Every time he managed to surpass you," Azimuth shouted. Unable to bear his words, I said, "You forgot the good we managed to do while we were pursuing the Egregor." "Yes, we have helped many people. Gwen supported me." "It doesn't matter. While you were helping others, Egregor got his hands on the means to travel to the Forge of Creation, as well as the greatest power in the universe," Azimuth said. "Yes, don't say anything. A gloomy picture," I said, trying to give myself some confidence. "We can still stop Egregor." "How to get there?" Kevin asked, the main question. "I don't even know where she is." "In fact of the matter," Azimuth shouted even louder, "everything is lost," Azimuth said in a doomed voice. "Do you have a plan?" After a couple of seconds of silence, Kevin asked me. "Yes. I have one superhero who can find the Forge of Creation and stop Egregor," I said with confidence in my voice. "Ben, are you really sure you want?" Gwen said, already understanding my plan. But I interrupted her and demanded, "Keys." Kevin and Gwen listened to me and came up to me and took out their keys. "What is it?" Azimuth asked. "Ben made me set up a lockdown system for Alien X," Kevin said. "This is to prevent Albedo from accessing it," I explained. "Or to prevent Ben from accidentally turning into him in the middle of a fight," Gwen added. Here, she's right. The Ultimatrix is even more crazy than my old Omnitrix. Anything can be expected from him. I pushed aside my thoughts and said, "Do it." I extended my hand holding the Ultimatrix. Gwen and Kevin inserted the keys on either side of the dial, thus unlocking the Alien X DNA strand. "Transformations unlocked," Ultimatrix said. After a couple of seconds, he said again, "Transformation 10 is available." Slamming the dial, I turned into Alien X. After a couple of seconds, I found myself in a familiar starry space. I hung in the air, and in front of me were 2 giant green faces. These were the other 2 identities of Hero X, Bellicus and Serena. Bellicus is the voice of rage and aggression. And the siren is the voice of love and compassion. I must represent the voice of reason. Somehow I have to persuade them to help me and convince them to cooperate with me. I hope I succeed. Did not work out. Looks like I offended them in the past when I left them alone. Again. They also started arguing with each other. Wonderful. I was already completely desperate, but at that moment Professor Paradox arrived here. He talked a bit with the Alien X personalities. They seem to have said something about not being allowed to approach the celestial sapiens. But before I could even ask anything, the professor returned me to my human form. "How did you transform me?" I asked in surprise. Professor Paradox, as always, did not answer my question and said, "You wanted to go to the Forge of Creation, didn't you? So I'll send you there." "But how?" "It's hidden," Gwen asked. "The thing is, I hid it," Paradox said. Who would have doubted? After that, Azimuth and the professor began to argue and discuss me. They seemed to have said some disturbing words. Something to do with the future. I tried not to listen too much, because if I find out something is wrong, it will only get worse. But the last thing I heard. "It's too hard. This time the boy can't win," Azimuth said, waving his arms. And I am absolutely sure that he can. Let's see which one of us is right. Paradox said calmly. Unable to bear it any longer, I said. Please stop talking about me in the third person. Right. We will do it. You will help? Kevin said, bringing the conversation back to the point.
First, tell us where the Forge of Creation is.
Gwen said. All the forces of the vast universe are concentrated in it. There, all ideas become real.
Said the professor, and again not what is required of him.
The Forge of Creation is the birthplace of the celestial sapiens like Alien X, Azimuth said. A Gregor wants to absorb the powers of one of the newborn celestial. If he succeeds, he will become omnipotent. Paradox continued. Clear. This looks like a problem. We need to stop aggressor. And we can do it. I said. Wonderful. To get there on time, we need to hurry. Said the professor and took out his clocks and we were teleported. In a couple of seconds, we were on RB3, our spaceship. Everyone sat in their seats, and Paradox stood next to Kevin. Where are we? There is no indication on the control panel. Kevin said. Nothing surprising. Because there is nothing here. See that dim light in the distance? Said the professor and pointed to the side with his finger. Is it a star? Gwen asked. Actually, this is the universe. And we are outside of this universe. Professor said casually. Then what is it? Gwen asked, pointing to another cluster of light. Before us, the next universe. I do not like it. Physicists have a different concept of physical laws. Said the professor, shaking his head. Found something to complain about. Wait. I was sure that the universe is everything. Kevin said. This is a common delusion of the limited mind. Reality is always something more. So here we are, here it is. Paradox said and pointed ahead, but there was nothing there. The total darkness of space. Wow, how he called Kevin a dumbass. And he changed the subject so well. If the situation had not been so serious, I would have laughed for a long time. Why exactly here? Gwen asked. You asked a great question. Said the professor, again without explaining anything. Deciding to join the conversation, I got up from my seat, approached the professor and said. I still don't see anything. The Forge of Creation is surrounded by a temporary barrier of randomization. Here, time is out of sync with the rest of time, and without the map of infinity, this barrier cannot be found. This task is only for me. Said the professor and waved his hand. After that, we found ourselves, as if in another world. From the darkness of space, we got into the world of colors. It was a very beautiful space nebula. Professor is still a show-off. He really loves pathos. Inside this space nebula is the birthplace of the baby Alien X. And although Alien X is a lovely creature, a Gregor should not be allowed near him. Said the professor solemnly. Then we must hurry. Let's fly there. I said. The professor nodded and waved his hand again. We are back in the darkness of space. Here, I have to leave you. Professor said. At his words, Kevin and Gwen asked him why he did not stop the aggressor and correct the situation. To this, Paradox said that he, too, had his limitations and couldn't do certain things. Then he told us. I opened a portal through the barrier and made it usable for humans. Inside you will not need air, neither heat nor cold will affect you. And we can't be killed? I asked hopefully. Most likely, you can. He said lightly. Well, yes, when everything was simple. What else to expect? When a Gregor finds out that you are inside, he will try to destroy you. Finally threw Professor Paradox and teleported. This was to be expected. Everything is usual. Kevin, indignant that we were abandoned, led the ship into the portal.
Passing through it, we found ourselves in an endless white space.
Almost immediately we felt like we had hit something. Enemies appeared on the roof.
These were egregor bots.
Apparently, they knew about us right away.
Egregor bots made a hole in the roof of the ship and got into the cockpit.
There were several dozen of them.
Gwen was the first to fight them and destroyed the robots with her magic discs.
But one of the bots was able to get to Kevin. And before Gwen could destroy this robot, it interfered with Kevin's control.
Because of this, RB3 tilted to the side and we crashed with the left wing of the ship into a temporary barrier.
The ship is stuck, Kevin told us. Gwen, on the other hand, temporarily held back egregor.
I got sick of it, so I turned into a Terra spin. Using the powers of this alien, I threw all the robots out of the cockpit.
Slapping the Omnitrix, I became myself and said, "Egregor is already here. We need to hurry. But there's nothing we can do. We're stuck," Kevin said.
"So, we need to get out of this situation,"
I said.
We left the ship and approached the place where the ship's wing was stuck. Kevin tried to annoy him, but nothing worked.
"It's useless," Kevin said, giving up his efforts. "Maybe I can turn into some kind of superhero and help? 4 arms or way big?" I asked.
As I said this, I tried to lean against the barrier in which the ship was stuck. But suddenly, there was no wall, so I fell through and started falling into whiteness.
"Ben!" Kevin exclaimed. Gwen created a mana tentacle and extended it to grab my leg.
Luckily, she successfully pulled me out and put me back on the wing of the ship.
"Ben, are you okay?" Gwen asked worriedly. "How strange. I think I saw something moving there," I said.
"We need to be more careful.
Paradox told us not to touch the time field," Gwen said.
At that moment, I looked towards the field and saw something approaching us.
I told my friends about this. A man stepped out from the side of the time field. He was a 16-year-old lag who was taller than Kevin and had a muscular build. He was dressed in a blue shirt and black jeans, he had a shaggy black hair on his head, and his eyes were dark blue. He had bracelets on his hands and glasses on his head. He looked very tired and had dark circles under his eyes. Going out on the wing, the guy examined the ship. After which, he looked at us and his eyes widened, after which he said, F***CK. I quickly recognized this guy. We met with him in the past, when I was still a child. "Lex?" Gwen asked, shocked. "Is that really you?" I asked, just as shocked. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Chapter 58, 57. Meeting with Ben's team. Really, I fell into the arch of the egregor? How did it get me here? Looking ahead, I saw 15-year-old Ben.
Standing next to him was Gwen, not much different from me, and Kevin stood to his side.
First time I meet him.
Looking at me, Ben and Gwen exclaimed in shock.
"Lex? Is that really you?" Their questions knocked me out of my rut. How do they know me? I didn't meet with them. Although, perhaps they met. But not this me. The future me. This is very possible. But it's better to ask yourself than to rack my brains. "Gwen.
And I don't know you too," I said, pointing my finger at Ben and Kevin.
"Of course I know them, but I don't have to."
"So, it's time to lie recklessly."
"You don't know us?" Ben asked in surprise. "You look familiar. You look like an alternate version of me from another dimension, only older. And judging by the Omnitrix you have it on your hand. So you are Ben?" I asked. "Right." Ben nodded. "Alternative version?" Kevin asked.
Yes. Some time ago, I was thrown into another dimension.
To everyone around me, I became Ben.
And there I was 10 years old.
I said. And what was that dimension? Gwen asked.
That's where the Omnitrix found Gwen. And history took a different path.
I said. What? So it wasn't a dream?
Ben shouted in shock.
Dream? Gwen asked.
Gwen, remember I told you about it. I returned to the beginning of summer, you found the Omnitrix instead of me, and then Vilgax attacked and kidnapped you.
As a result, the Omnitrix ended up on Grandfather's hand.
Ben spoke quickly.
It wasn't a dream. This is a different reality. Apparently you've been there too.
I don't know about you, but Professor Paradox put me in there.
I said. Do you know the professor? And why did he do it? Gwen asked. I hacked into the Plum's main database and found out about him from there. But I never spoke to him.
Well, more precisely, he did not even let me say a word.
And why did he do it? Who knows?
A being as powerful as him has his own quirks. Since you were thrown there too, I think that this is such a test for the owner of the Omnitrix.
I told my conclusion. And anyway, how do you know me? I asked again. We met several times.
The first time was when I was 10 years old. For Grandpa's birthday, Ben began, but I interrupted him.
Stop. No further. I have a few more weeks until Grandfather's birthday. I'd rather not know anything else. It will only get worse. It's enough that you know me. I said. Exactly. By the way, Lex, what are you doing here? Gwen asked. And why are you so tired? Ben asked after her. I do not know. I've been doing my heroic stuff and I'm overtired, which is why I look so bad. Back at the hotel, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep. And after a couple of minutes I woke up in a white space. There was nothing at all, so I chose a direction at random and went. An hour later I heard the voice of Professor Paradox. He said that since I'm here, it's fate and my help will come in handy. Then, I went through the fog and ran into you. I said.
Professor Paradox said so?
Then good. We really need your help. Ben said. So where are we anyway? I said as I looked around.
On the way to the Forge of Creation.
Gwen said. Seriously? Incredible. I never thought I'd get here. I said with delight. Do you know about this place? Ben asked. The plumber's database? Gwen guessed. Right. Not much was written there, but I know the basic information. So what are you doing here? I asked. Gwen and Ben then told me the story of their battle with the egregor.
So, this egregor was able to completely absorb the powers of 5 incredibly powerful aliens, collect the entire map of infinity, and now wants to devour the newborn celestial sapien?
Are you trying to stop him? I asked. Yes. Ben said. Why didn't you leave him before? After my question, all three immediately became sad. It's clear. You screwed up. Well, it happens. Since I am here, I will help you in any way I can. I said. Thank you.
Your help will definitely help us. Ben said with a smile.
By the way, who are you? I said looking at Kevin. I'm Kevin. Kevin said. Nice to meet you, Kevin, I'm Lex.
I said and shook hands with Kevin.
Wait, you don't know Kevin? Gwen asked. Not. Never met. I said and shook my head. Your dimension doesn't have Kevin Levin? Ben asked. Levin? I only know Ashley Levin, she's an Osmosian and my girlfriend. I said.
Hearing my words, Ben and Kevin looked at each other strangely, after which they moved away from each other. It looks like they are tired. And Gwen was clearly having fun with it all. Clear. So you have Kevin and I have Ashley. In the literature, this is called a gender swap. I said. Right. Gwen said with a huge smile. Ben and Kevin are clearly not having fun right now. They are so pale. Why are they so dramatic? Okay. We have little time. We need to pull out the ship and go to the forge, said Ben, pulling himself together. Everyone nodded at his words and we went to the entrance to the ship. But the moment I walked past Ben, our clock shone. A dial popped up on my Omnitrix and Ben's Ultimatrix. After that, our dials grappled together and, as if, tightly glued to each other. Then, my Omnitrix flashed a very bright yellow. The flash was repeated about 20 times. When the last flash ended, our clocks finally broke and we were able to move away from each other. What was it? Ben exclaimed and looked at his watch. Looking at my Omnitrix, I saw that the dial was still lit yellow, and the Omnitrix sign itself was constantly spinning. And it doesn't look like he's going to stop doing it anytime soon. Looks like it's my fault. I installed on my Omnitrix something like an automatic scanner. As soon as I encounter a new kind of alien, the watch automatically scans for it. Apparently, my watch sensed the DNA storage in your watch. Looks like I scanned all of your available aliens. Are you okay with your watch? I asked. Yes, everything seems to be fine. No crashes and everything works. And you have? Ben asked. Looks like the Omnitrix overloaded. There were too many aliens. He doesn't seem to be able to take that much. How many aliens did you have in total? I asked, carefully examining the clock. A little over 30. But I think you have some of them. So it is not known exactly how much you scanned. Can you use the Omnitrix? Ben asked. Not in the near future. I said and shook my head. Will there be any consequences? I'm not sure. But I think everything will be all right. I said. This time, I lied a little. It seems that this overload significantly shook the AI of the Omnitrix so much. This is actually very good. For me. Now many of the security systems have been weakened and I can finally do everything I wanted to do. But that's later. Now it is more important that all the main functions of the Omnitrix are in perfect order. And I can use it. But only after a while. Cool. And what are we going to do? Will there be much help from you without the Omnitrix? Kevin asked. Do not worry. I'm not useless without a watch. Let's get the ship out. I said, after which I created a magical construct in the form of an Iron Man suit, after which I took off and grabbed the other wing of the ship. With a comfortable grip, I began to pull the wing back. I used repulsors on my legs to create more momentum. After a couple of seconds, Ben joined me in the form of Jet Ray. It took 2 minutes, but we were able to get the ship. After that, we went into the cockpit of the ship, where Gwen and Kevin were already waiting for us. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Chapter 59-58. Battle against a Gregor. As soon as we entered the cockpit, Kevin immediately asked. What was it? Usual magical construction. I said casually. So you're Anodite? Gwen asked, surprised. Yes. Didn't you know? I asked. Not. You never used magic in our presence. Ben said. It's clear. Nodding, I said. How did you make this armor? Gwen asked. Just presented and formed. I specifically use it because it is perfect both in defense and in attack.
Plus, I can fly. I said. Gwen, can you create such armor? Kevin asked. I don't know, but it's unlikely. It is very difficult. Gwen said doubtfully. I just have a slightly special mana. That is denser. Also, I can only create such armor if I use one of the streams of consciousness. I told my secret. Streams of consciousness? Ben asked incredulously. Never mind. Just assume that because I'm smart, I can make this armor. Waving my hand, I said. Are you smart? How much? Kevin asked curiously. Very. I got brains from my mother. I said. Mothers? Wait. If you are an alternate version of Ben, then why do you have a different appearance and name? Kevin finally understood. Actually, my name is Alexander Benjamin Tennyson, that is, I am also Ben. But I prefer to be called Lex. And the difference in appearance is again because of my mother. I said. In terms of? Kevin asked with a frown. We have different mothers. It seems that in Lex's universe, my father met another woman and married her without ever meeting my mother. Said Ben, who was aware of this information. So, you look like your mother? Kevin asked. Yes, I completely got the appearance from her. And intelligence. She was a biophysicist, a geneticist, an engineer, and who knows what else. I said with a smile. Was? Yes. My father and mother died in an accident when I was 5 years old. Since then, I have lived with Grandpa Max, I said. Clear. Said Kevin, and we flew on. He seemed to feel embarrassed that he was disturbed by bad memories. After 20 minutes, we passed through the portal and left the white space. This time, we found ourselves in a nebula. Everything here was in shades of blue and there were a huge number of stars. It was incredibly beautiful. Never seen this before. From such beauty, I even involuntarily held my breath. The rest didn't even raise an eyebrow. Either they have already seen this, or they are too focused on the upcoming fight. Most likely the second. Well, yes, after all, if they lose, their universe will be captured by a psycho. I still have a few years before this event. Although, I would not want to screw it up, so we must take everything seriously and use all our strength. But the problem is that I have almost no strength. Of course, I act like everything is just fine, but in fact, I'm very tired. Bags under the eyes don't just happen. I'm almost out of mana. I can create armor only 4 times. It's really not enough. After all, in my excellent state, I can create such armor 30 times. If not more. It's good that when creating armor there is a reserve for flight and attacks with repulsors. Otherwise, it would be really bad. I also have very little physical strength. Usually I can run 50 kilometers without even breaking a sweat, and now I'm out of breath after 2. I don't have the power to telepathy either. And using telekinesis, I can now only fly, and then not for long. Also, the Omnitrix is temporarily blocked. Of course, I wanted to scan Ben's Ultimatrix, but only when all this adventure was over. Since the situation is quite serious, I fully activated my Tattoo of Luck. Now I need all my luck. While I was indulging in my reflections, we covered a fairly decent distance and we saw a large number of celestial sapiens. Unlike Alien X, who was about the size of a human, they were huge, comparable to a skyscraper, and even bigger. They hung in the air without moving, arms and legs outstretched. Seeing them, Ben said. The Celestials spend their whole lives arguing with their other personalities. We're lucky they don't pay attention to us. Yes. One wave of the hand and we're done. I said. Gwen and Kevin swallowed at my words. By the way, Ben, I wanted to ask everything. You don't have the Omnitrix, do you? To defuse the situation, I asked. What? Oh yes. This watch is called the Ultimatrix. Ben said, looking away from the Celestials. Ulti, huh? And what can he do? I asked. Basically the same as the regular Omnitrix, but the ultimate forms are now available. Ben said. Is this some kind of evolution? I had to ask, as Ben's answer didn't explain much. Yes, you are right. By taking ultimate forms, the heroes become stronger and gain new abilities. What happened to your Omnitrix? I asked. Vilgax. I had to destroy the watch to keep it out of his hands. Ben said. It's clear. Tough decision. I said sympathetically. Ben just nodded and we flew on in silence. Of course, I knew all this. But it was necessary to legitimize my knowledge. Plus, I was able to distract them a bit. After 10 minutes, we saw a female celestial. We haven't seen these before. Apparently, they are very rare. She was larger than the rest of the Celestialcipian, and unlike the others, her palms were folded and a large ball of light hung above them. What is it? Gwen asked. It's Alien X's baby. Ben said. At that moment, something happened to the ship and we began to fall. We were shot down. Kevin yelled, trying to keep control of the ship. He wasn't very good at it, but we were able to successfully land on the arms of the Celestialcipian woman, not far from the baby. Thanks to Kevin's excellent piloting skills, we weren't hurt at all and got out of the ship right away. As soon as we moved away from the ship a little, the egregor appeared in the sky, who, in his hands, had the map of infinity. It was he who shot down our ship. As soon as the egregor saw us, he began to attack. He created air and water attacks and threw them at us. Kevin and Ben dodged while Gwen took the attack on her mana shield. But the shield could not stand it and she was thrown back several meters. I created the Iron Man armor and took the attack on myself. I was pushed back a couple of steps, but the armor held. By this time, Ben had turned into a four-arms and went on the attack on the egregor. But he was quickly put on the shoulder blades. Kevin used metal plating and also got into close combat. He was also quickly defeated and the egregor threw him away. The egregor was just distracted, so I fired at him with all my repulsors. Oddly enough, the egregor was notably thrown a few meters away. But my armor was depleted due to the depletion of supplies, so Gwen attacked the egregor with her magic discs. Unfortunately, they didn't do anything to him, so the egregor hit Gwen again and she was thrown away again. It seems that this time, she even lost consciousness. I created the armor again and attacked the egregor in close combat. Despite all my fatigue and exhaustion, I was able to use my prowess in martial arts and dealt him some serious blows, and even gouged out his eye. But my armor was destroyed pretty quickly and I was also injured. The egregor broke my arm and knee. With the last blow, he threw me back 20 meters. It was very painful. But I endured. There was still no choice. By this point, Ben came to his senses and attacked the egregor again. But he was quickly defeated again, and also returned to human form. Having said his villainous monologue, the egregor went towards the newborn celestial. Lying on my back, I saw how Kevin decided something and went to Ben. It seems that he nevertheless decided to absorb the power of the Ultimatrix and sacrifice himself in order to defeat the egregor. It was at this moment that my Omnitrix signaled that it was ready to go. Finally. This time, my luck worked for a long time. Using my last magical powers, I created the Hulkbuster and got back on my feet. With pain in my arm and leg, I fired my repulsor at Kevin. He was thrown several meters away from Ben. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Using the repulsors on my legs and arms, I took off and flew towards the egregor.
He was already 2 meters away from the ball of light that contained the child.
I made it just in time.
Raising and crossing the arms of the Hulkbuster, I hit a Gregor on the head. He was knocked back from the blow.
While I was around, I managed to scan his DNA. Everything goes according to plan.
Rising to his feet, the egregor growled and ran towards me. While he was running, I managed to turn into an Osmosion. There was no time to look at myself. The egregor was already there, but I no longer had enough magic and only the arm of the armor remained. Ignoring the pain in my leg, I dodged the egregor's blow and, using the remnants of my armor, hit him on the head. The blow was strong enough to cause the egregor to lose focus for 3 seconds. This time was more than enough for me. Grabbing the egregor with my good hand, I began to use the powers of the Osmosion and began to absorb the power of all the aliens. When the egregor came to his senses, I had already pumped out more than half of all energy. And when he tried to resist, I hit him a few more times. Finally, when I took all the power of the aliens from the egregor, he again began to look like before. I, on the other hand, turned into the same monster as the egregor was. I looked exactly the same and consisted of 5 aliens. I was still able to control myself, so I quickly hit the egregor on the head. When he finally passed out, I threw him away. After that it started. There was a tremendous amount of pressure on my mind shield. It was incredibly painful and I screamed. The side effect of the Osmosion's power was destroying my mind's defenses. I could only fall to my knees, hold my head and scream. Just at that moment, Van and company ran up to me. Lex. Lex. Are you okay? Ben asked worriedly. With the last of my strength, I quietly muttered. Dial. Ben seemed to understand me as he moved closer and slapped the Omnitrix sign. With a flash of blue light, I turned back into a human. As soon as I became myself, I felt that the pressure was gone. Phew! I said with a smile, after which I lost consciousness. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Chapter 60:59. Aftermath. Ben POV. Egregor beat me easily and threw me back. As a result, the transformation ceased and I turned into a man. I couldn't get up. I had absolutely no strength. Egregor defeated all of us and now, he was walking towards the baby. Gwen passed out and Lex's arm and leg were broken. Just as I tried to get up again, Kevin finally returned. Approaching me, he looked at me and said seriously, "We can only defeat the egregor if I take the power of the Ultimatrix." Then, he reached for my watch. I didn't stop him. Didn't even try. After all, he is right. We lost again, and this is our last chance. But before Kevin could touch the watch, an energy blast hit him in the back. From the attack, he flew several meters away and landed with a heavy sound. Apparently it hurt. Looking back to where the attack came from, I saw Lex in the armor, but it was different, it was bigger and more massive. Lex flew up and hit egregor on the head, causing him to fly several meters away. Lex's armor was almost gone, leaving only a giant right arm. With a flash, Lex turned into an alien. He has not changed much, but has become terribly similar to egregor. I quickly realized that he was now an Osmosion. His body did not change at all, but 4 horns appeared on his head, and his hair straightened and lengthened. His face was still his and his eyes were dark blue, as before. And he was dressed in a black bodysuit with blue lines. The mark of the Omnitrix was in the center of his chest. At that moment, the egregor ran up to Lex and was about to hit him, but Lex dodged and using his big hand hit the egregor in the jaw. From the impact, the villain flew up a couple of meters and seemed to pass out for a few seconds. Lex, on the other hand, dispelled the rest of the armor and grabbed egregor, after which he began to absorb his energy. Egregor tried to fight off Lex, but received several blows and did not kick anymore.
After a few seconds, Lex finished absorbing all the energy.
Gregor again began to look the same as before, but Lex turned into a monster and began to look like the ultimate egregor. The only difference was that the eyes and face belonged to Lex. And on the chest appeared the symbol of the Omnitrix. Hitting the egregor on the head several times, Lex threw him away like a sack of potatoes. After that, Lex screamed sharply. Clutching his head, he fell to his knees and yelled even louder.
I quickly got to my feet and ran towards him. Gwen, who woke up a couple of minutes ago and also watched the battle between Lex and egregor, ran after me.
Kevin was also somewhere in the back.
Lex. Lex. What's the matter? I asked. Holding his head, Lex could barely speak. Dial. Even though he said it very quietly and unintelligibly, I understood what he meant. Stepping closer, I slapped the Omnitrix's sign. With a flash of light, Lex turned into a human. He breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes, losing consciousness. Frightened that he was dead, I began to shake him. Calm down, Ben. Kevin said, grabbed my shoulder and pulled me away from Lex. Get off, Ben. I will check it. Gwen said and started using magic to check on Lex's condition. After 3 minutes, she said with a smile. He will be all right. He passed out due to exhaustion. He had practically no mana left and a broken knee and right arm. But he will live. Hearing Gwen's words, I let out a sigh of relief. Kevin, who was still holding my shoulder, also visibly relaxed. Let's get out of here. We better not be here anymore. Gwen said. Right. Kevin, take egregor and handcuff him, and I'll take Lex and take him to the cockpit of the ship. I said. Kevin nodded and went to the egregor. He took out special handcuffs for Osmosion and shackled him. Then, he took him by the scruff of the neck and carried him to the ship. I, on the other hand, turned into a forearms and gently lifted Lex. Entering the cockpit, I put him in a chair and buckled his belt. Just at that moment, Kevin came and sat at the helm of the ship. When I became a human, I asked him, "How is the egregor?" Lex beat him up pretty bad. At the very least, he has several broken bones, a gouged eye, and a concussion. Plus, Lex took all his energy. He will come to himself only in a few days. Kevin said. That's good, that's what he needs. Okay, let's get out of here. I said, after which I turned into upgrade and soaked into the ship. The RB-3 was not in very good condition and without my help, it would hardly have taken off. Using the powers of the upgrade, I improved the ship and controlled it, rose up and flew to the exit from the Forge of Creation. When we were near the portal leading to the white space, Lex groaned and opened his eyes. Lex POV. When I came to, I felt pain in my head, arm, and leg. Because of the adrenaline during the fight, I didn't feel like I sucked. And it was incredibly painful. I will go back to Oblivion, but hell there. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I was on Kevin's ship. We just flew through the portal and returned to the white space. I was sitting in one of the chairs, wearing a seatbelt. Kevin sat at the helm, Gwen sat next to him. And judging by the design of the ship, Ben was now in the form of an upgrade and controlled the ship. Lex. Are you awake? The dashboard said. Then Upgrade's head popped out. It was Ben. How do you feel? Gwen asked sympathetically. It sucks. I said honestly and unbuckled my seatbelt with my good hand. Sitting comfortably, I used some of my restored magic power and created a splint-shaped magic construct for my arm and leg. My bones cracked loudly as they clicked into place. At hashtag asterisk. I cursed with pain from the pain. Oh, be quiet, there are children here. Kevin said with a laugh. Sorry. But it's a hell of a lot of pain. And I have a question. Why are my bones broken? And you're all right. Get the most bruises. This is frankly not fair. I complained with a groan. I do not know. Apparently you're a loser. Ben said with amusement in his voice. Looks like it. And Kevin. I'm sorry I shot you in the back.
Then there was no time for pleasantries. And you almost made a big problem.
I said, enduring the pain. Never mind. In fact, I am very grateful to you. I really got really desperate.
A little more and I would have done the irreparable. And you not only stopped me, but also managed to defeat the egregor.
Basically solved our problem.
He also suffered the most.
Relief coming in, Kevin said. Kevin is right. If it wasn't for you, things could have ended much worse. Thank you very much. Ben said. Wait. What are you talking about? What was Kevin going to do? Asked the previously silent Gwen.
I looked at Kevin and smiled wickedly. Seeing my smile, Kevin visibly flinched and turned pale. I think Ben had the same smile as me. But it was unclear due to the fact that he was now an upgrade.
You see, Gwen. Kevin wanted to absorb the powers of the Ultimatrix in order to defeat the egregor.
I murmured in a satisfied voice.
You wanted to do what? Shouted Gwen like a banshee. Hush, hush, Gwen. You can dismember Kevin later. When we get home. Ben said. Yes.
Hang on for a few hours.
Then, Kevin is all yours.
I said with a smirk.
Good. We'll talk to you later. Gwen said, throwing an angry look at Kevin.
Kevin clearly imagined what would be done to him and trembled slightly.
Poor fellow. I know how scary Gwen is in anger. This she took over from Grandpa Max. Well, actually, Kevin's idea was right. I said, changing the subject. What do you mean? Gwen asked, temporarily releasing her anger. It takes an Osmosion to defeat an Osmosion. I said thoughtfully. Is that why you turned into an Osmosion and absorbed the energy of the egregor? Ben asked. Yes. In principle, Kevin could do it too. But who knew what could happen to him? Perhaps that would be as bad as absorbing the power of the Ultimatrix. I said. Kevin winced at my words. It looks like he really doesn't want to turn into a monster again.
But, for the sake of friends, he was ready to sacrifice himself.
Well, what can I say, respect. But why, when you took all the power of the egregor and turned into a monster, did you scream? Gwen asked. This is due to the influence of the Osmosion powers. I said. What do you mean? Kevin asked. Well, for that, I have to tell you something. As I said, my mother was very smart. But her intelligence didn't come out of nowhere. She was 1/4 alien. I said first. Yes? And what was this race? Gwen asked curiously. I still don't know.
But they were a highly intelligent race and they had psionic abilities. Because of their genes, I was able to awaken several powers.
This is telepathy and telekinesis. Not very strong, but still. I replied. And what are you leading to? Ben asked.
When my telepathy awakened, I placed a defense on my mind.
From other telepaths.
And so that no one brainwashes me. So, the forces that I absorbed from the egregor were enormous.
It was the full strength of 5 powerful aliens. Plus, it seems the energy reserve of the egregor himself. Imagine how much that is. An ordinary Osmosion would definitely go insane from absorbing such a large amount of power. Maybe even died. Moreover, according to you, even egregor himself, in order to take away the forces of the aliens, used a special machine so as not to lose himself.
And I also turned into an Osmosian for the first time and didn't really know how to use his powers.
I acted only on instinct.
But I was still able to contain the madness with my mental shields. But it was like I was protecting my sanity with a wooden fence. And the strength of a Gregor was like a huge tsunami. It was incredibly painful. If you, Ben, hadn't brought me back in time, who knows what would have happened.
I finished my story and took a deep breath.
Horror.
Ben said, impressed. Yes. But better me than Kevin. I said, nodding. What? Why? Kevin asked.
If you absorbed the powers of the Ultimatrix, and then took the powers of the aggressor, then you would definitely be overwhelmed by madness. You would become at least twice as strong as a Gregor was.
Who knows what you'll do?
Moreover, we were in the forge of creation and a stone's throw away from the newborn celestial. It might well have crossed your mind to absorb his powers.
I said. Kevin swallowed but asked anyway. How are you different from me? If you were mad, it could be just as bad. If not worse. Gwen said.
We looked at her in surprise. Seeing our faces, Gwen explained.
First, Lex is Anodite. Secondly, he has telepathy and telekinesis. And finally, thirdly, he is the owner of the Omnitrix.
Now put it all together, plus the powers of the egregor, and imagine what will happen if he goes crazy. Me, Kevin and Ben, for a moment, imagined all this and we visibly freaked out.
Horribly. Said Ben, coming to his senses. Yeah. Kevin agreed. Well, actually it's not that scary.
I have a defense of the mind, albeit flimsy, but there is. Besides, I'm sure the Omnitrix has a protection system for such cases.
And it was pretty easy to get me back, unlike Kevin. I said.
But your watch wasn't quite right.
Are you sure the protection was active? Gwen asked. No, I'm not sure.
But still it worked out.
Let's not think about the bad. I said casually.
Ben, Kevin and Gwen gave me a very strange look, but decided not to say anything else.
In fact, I really wasn't sure it would work. I bet everything on my tattoo of luck. And, my bet worked.
I got a very strong form from the fusion of 5 aliens, maybe 6.
It is not yet clear. In my opinion, it was worth it. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11.
Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance.
Chapter 61-60. Farewell. We chatted about all sorts of nonsense as we flew through the white space. After 20 minutes, we went through another portal and ended up in dark space.
A few minutes after that, a flash of light appeared in the cockpit and Professor Paradox appeared before us. Using his powers, he put the ship in order and now Ben could return to human form. And Kevin took control of the RB3. Congratulations, you did a great job and were able to stop the egregor.
And even without serious consequences.
The professor said. Hearing Paradox's words, I looked at him with such a look that even the all-powerful professor was taken aback.
He coughed awkwardly and looked away from me. Can you help me now? I asked indignantly. What?
Oh yes, of course. The professor said and put his hand on my shoulder. Using his power of time, the professor spliced my bones together. I thought at least it wouldn't hurt.
But no. My bones cracked again.
This time, I was able to keep abusive language to myself, but if there was a telepath, he would definitely be amazed at my vocabulary. Well, at least it only took a few seconds and I no longer have to endure this pain. Professor removed his hand, and I stood up and stretched, and then began to stretch my arm and leg.
Thank you. I said. My pleasure. You know what to do? Professor asked. Yes. Just do it faster. I don't want to endure this pain again. I said, understanding what he was getting at. What do you have in mind? Asked Ben, who, on the contrary, did not understand anything. Professor Paradox smiled and said, "It's time to bring back our friends." The others didn't seem to understand, but I knew exactly what to do. Moving a little to the side so as not to hurt anyone, with a mental command, I turned into Andromeda. So, I decided to name the confluence of the 5 aliens. I couldn't think of anything else, but I think it sounds very good. Andromeda. Not bad. And most importantly, it fits. And perfectly tells the essence of these aliens. After the transformation, before the pressure came down on my mind shields, the professor placed his hand on my chest. I don't know exactly what he did, but I felt Androm's powers decrease by about half. The approaching pressure disappeared completely, and now I felt free and even excellent. I didn't understand it before, but in the form of this alien, I felt just awful. And this is before the pressure on the shields. And now, I finally feel that this alien has become mine. Completely under my control. Just like any other alien from the Omnitrix. While I felt bliss, the professor continued to work. A minute later, 5 aliens appeared next to my feet. These were Pander, Ariad, Andreas, Galapagos, and Bivalven. They lay unconscious, but were alive. This could be seen from their uniform breathing. Although, not everyone could see that they were breathing. But don't care. Stopping enjoying the sensations, I helped Ben get all the aliens into a comfortable position. "What about them?" Ben asked when we were done. "They will be all right. They are completely exhausted. But they will wake up in a few days and be able to return home," Professor said with a smile. "Why does Lex still look like this?" Gwen asked, a little nervous, as this appearance brings back bad memories. "It's because of the Omnitrix. I could not take all the energy, only half," Professor said. "But are you all right?" Kevin asked me. "Yes, I'm fine. There is no more pressure and I can use this alien just like any other," I said in a rough voice. After that, I turned back into a human and looked at my Omnitrix, activated it. Scrolling the dial, I came to the silhouette of Andromeda. Now, about 20 more aliens have become available to me. But I'll deal with them later. Having scrolled the dial to the end, I noticed one oddity. The Osmosian and Andromeda split up? I asked Professor. "Yes, now they are 2 completely different aliens. This is my birthday present to you," Paradox said, ignoring that I had already named the new alien. "Fine. Thank you." With a satisfied smile, I said. "Is it your birthday today?" Ben asked in surprise. "I don't know what your day is today, but when I fell asleep in my bed before they pulled me out here, I had July 7th. My 16th birthday," I said. "Well, you have a holiday," Kevin said with a laugh. "Here you are right." I agreed. "Unfortunately, it's time for you to say goodbye," said the professor, interrupting us. "What? But why so fast? We could spend some more time together. Lex could meet our father," Ben said. "It's pretty sweet that he thought about it. It's better for Alexander not to appear in your reality. And who knows what might disappear there," Paradox said with a smile. "You sound like I'm some kind of kleptomaniac. I take only what I can use, from those who do not need it. Mostly criminals," I said, rolling my eyes. "And that's why you robbed the castle of the Forever Knights?" the professor asked with a raised eyebrow. "Just a couple of times. In addition, the knights of them, like a ballerina out of me. Ordinary smugglers," I said, snorting. "You did it in 2 different realities," Paradox noted. "Well, yes, but I took something that they definitely won't need. Because they didn't know what to do with it," I said. "What about those 2 spaceships?"
One belonged to crazy cultists, and the other, in fact, to a slave owner.
They are not sorry. What about Element X? Professor asked again with a sigh.
Those idiots can't be trusted.
And stop following me so closely. Give me some freedom, I said unhappily.
Professor, having heard my words, decided to remain silent and not continue this conversation. Looking at Kevin, Ben and Gwen, I saw them looking at me with wide eyes.
After a few seconds, Ben finally asked, "Did you really do all this?"
I decided that I should ignore this question and said, "Like Professor said, it's time for me to say goodbye."
"Did he just ignore you?" Kevin asked Ben.
Ignoring Kevin's words, I said,
"Well, it was a pleasure to meet you.
And although I suffered, it was a good adventure. Take care of yourself.
And if so, call for help." "How can I help?"
Having finished, I nodded to the professor, he again put his hand on my shoulder and I was teleported back.
_ Third POV.
After the departure of our main character.
Did he just run away? Gwen asked.
Yes, looks like it.
Ben and Kevin said. Forget about it.
I will return you, the egregor, and our friends to Galvin Prime.
But first, where is the map of infinity? Paradox asked. Hearing the professor's question, the trio's eyes widened. They looked at each other, after which Ben said, "We do not know. When Lex defeated the egregor, we were not up to it. Especially when Lex screamed in pain, we completely forgot about the map.
Then, we quickly boarded the ship and flew away."
Clear. Should have figured it out right away.
Okay, he deserves a reward for his help.
I'll deal with that later. Perhaps that's even better.
Now there is no map in this reality. Professor said with a sigh.
So Lex took the map? Gwen asked. Who else? I like this guy. Kevin said with a laugh. Forget it. Let's go,
said Professor, after which he teleported everyone to Galvin Prime.
At Azimuth Tower on Galvin Prime, Azimuth paced back and forth in his office.
He was very worried, because if the egregor wins, no one will be greeted. But he stopped when a flash of light appeared in the office.
Azimuth shielded his eyes from the bright light.
When the light disappeared, he looked at its source. Ben, Gwen and Kevin appeared there, holding the egregor's body on his shoulder.
Standing next to them was Professor Paradox. And in front of them, on the floor, sat 5 aliens from the Andromeda Galaxy.
They were unconscious.
Seeing them, Azimuth quickly understood the whole situation and breathed a sigh of relief. You did it,
said Azimuth, after which he summoned his assistants. One took the egregor. After that, the plumbers will take him away and put him in the darkest cell. Other assistants took the victims of the egregor and carried them to the medical block. They will be taken care of and helped to recover.
After that, they will be taken home. Well, some go home and some go to jail.
Still, do not forget that Pander is a criminal and in his homeworld he managed to do problems.
When no one else was left in the office, Azimuth said.
You were right, Professor, the boy did a great job.
They actually helped us.
Without his help, we would definitely have lost, or something worse could have happened.
Ben said honestly. Yes? And who helped you? Azimuth asked curiously.
The guys will tell you everything, my friend.
And it's time for me to go. I need to visit our friend,
said Professor, and disappeared with a bright flash of light.
Tell me, Azimuth said. What followed was a long story of what happened. And then, Azimuth released the guys and they returned to Earth. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11.
Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance.
Chapter 62, 61. Map of Infinity and Birthday. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11.
Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance.
Home Dimension Lex 13. July 7, 2010.
I woke up in my bed in a Pittsburgh hotel.
As far as I remember, I fell asleep in the living room. But it seems that Grandpa carried me to bed and also covered me with a blanket. Looking under the blanket, I found that I was still dressed in my clothes.
Apparently, he decided not to undress me, not that age after all.
Well, it's good. I wouldn't want to fight the egregor in just underpants.
This led me to believe that I hadn't put a supply of clothes into my spatial storage.
This oversight will need to be corrected. Well, it doesn't really matter now. I got out of bed and stretched. Oh, how good I am. I feel just great. Nothing hurts anywhere. I am full of strength. It's just wonderful.
The mood immediately lifted.
Taking the phone out of inventory, I looked at the time. It was already 11 a.m. I slept so well.
In fact, although I had a good night's sleep, I would still be happy to lie in bed.
But I have to go. Today is my birthday and I must definitely celebrate it with my family.
Getting up from the bed I was sitting on, I went to the bathroom, but there was a flash of light in the room and Professor Paradox appeared.
Professor? Something happened? I asked him. Nothing serious. Can you give me the map of infinity? Paradox asked. Map? I asked in surprise. Where does map come from? I didn't even take it in my hands. If only. After looking into my spatial storage, I actually found the map infinity. Taking it out of my inventory, I took the MP in my hand and looked at it. And when did you have time? I asked myself. I really don't remember putting the map in my inventory. I was too focused on the fight against the egregor that I did not notice how I took the map. It looks like it all happened on reflexes. Maybe you're right, Professor, about my tendencies. I said thoughtfully, handing the map to Paradox. Professor let out a chuckle and said, Do not pay attention. You don't have any tendencies. It's just that you're very frugal and don't like to leave useful things idle. I was just joking like that. Is that how?
Well then, don't do it again. I already began to doubt myself.
I said with reproach. I will try.
Professor said with a smile.
Judging by his pleased face, I'm in for a few more of these jokes. So what will happen to the map? I asked. I would like to give it to you. Paradox said. Yes? Why? For your help in the fight against the egregor, you deserve a reward. Moreover, you had to fight with a minimum of strength. This is worthy of a reward. Professor said with a smile. Is it okay that in this reality there will be two maps of infinity, but in Ben's reality there will be none? I asked. No, everything will be fine. In the prime dimension, the map has already served its purpose. She won't be useful there anymore. As for your measurements, here I need to explain something. There is only one map of infinity, as is the forge of creation. All parts of the map were in a special space, which can be accessed from any reality. Professor said. But there is a huge number of alternative realities, and therefore the same number of egregors. How is it that none of them met in this space and why, let's say, everyone has enough maps? I asked. Here, I used the laws of time. For example, the clone of time, but you still don't understand this, everything is too complicated. The only thing you should know is that everything will continue to work as before, and you should not worry. Professor said. Okay. It still doesn't concern me. I said. That's right. For now. So will you accept the map of infinity? Professor asked. Actually, I'm not quite sure if I need her, I said doubtfully. Do you really think that the map of infinity can only open the way to the forge? This is not true. It has many wonderful and useful functions," said Professor Paradox. "It is truth too. And what are these functions?" I asked. "Are you not interested in finding out for yourself?" Professor said with a smile. To his question, I just rolled my eyes. "In general, everything, as always." "All right, give us your map of infinity here," I said and held out my hand. "Certainly," said Professor, after which, unexpectedly quickly, he extended his hand with the map and hit it on my chest. The blow was strong. I moved a few steps away and almost fell. The map lit up with a bright light, after which it was absorbed into my chest. Most importantly, I felt nothing, just a slight warmth in my chest. After a few seconds, I came to my senses and asked, "What was it?" "I gave you the map of infinity. Now, she belongs to you. Completely and forever. No one can ever take her away, not even me. Now all her power is yours. And now goodbye, my friend. We'll see you in the future," said Professor, and with a flash of light he disappeared from the room. After a couple of minutes, I said, "Thank you, Weather. It was nice to meet you." Here, from everywhere, the voice of the professor was heard. "I was pleased too, future Void Lord." From his voice, I twitched and shouted, "Which other lord? And stop looking at me all the time. Give me personal freedom." I stood for another 5 minutes waiting for the professor's answer, but received only silence. Well, to hell with you. Still, it will continue to follow. Stalker unfinished. Having given up on the paradox, I decided to check the map. As the map of infinity soaked into my chest, I seemed to feel something on my left arm. I removed the Morgana bracelet and looked at my wrist. On it I saw, already so dear to me, the tattoo of luck. But what I was interested in was under it. I have a new tattoo. It was the sign of infinity. As I understand it, this is where the power of the map of infinity lies. The tattoo was rather unusual. More specifically, her color. The tattoo itself looked like an ordinary sign of infinity, but instead of black, as is usually the case, it shimmered in all possible colors. It actually looked very nice. And it really gave a sense of infinity. When I was finally able to take my mind off my new tattoo of infinity, I realized that it was almost 12 in the morning. It's time to leave the room and celebrate my birthday. After changing into clean clothes, I went to the bathroom, where I cleaned myself up and took my morning exercise. After that, I opened the door and entered the living room. There, I saw Gwen and Ashley. They sat on the couch and watched the news on TV. This time, it showed the appearance of the Legion in the center of the city and his battle with the aliens. God, they're already playing this on TV. Another problem. How glad I am that I created the costume and no one ever found out my identity. But, after a while, I will need to make a new suit with a different design. So, I will be able to act more freely until people understand that it will be me too. Postponing this idea for later, I said, "Good morning." "Morning," Ashley said kindly. "Actually, it's lunchtime," Gwen said. "I'm just a little tired. So I decided to take a nap," I said. "Again, doing something early in the morning, while everyone was sleeping?" Gwen asked. "Yes. Something had to be done on Mars. Nothing important." "By the way, where is Grandpa?" I said. "He went to get a cake for you," Ashley said. "Right. Happy birthday, sweetheart," said Gwen, after which she got up from the couch, came up to me and gave me a kiss full of love. 10 minutes later we ran out of air, so we stopped. Ashley also came up to me and kissed me. We continued kissing for another hour until Grandpa returned. When everyone gathered, we all changed into formal clothes and went to a restaurant to celebrate a birthday. I wore a black suit with a black shirt, black shoes and a blue tie.
Grandpa put on a white shirt and black pants. And the girls put on beautiful dresses.
Gwen was wearing a knee-length red dress.
It suited her very well and she was really beautiful.
Ashley chose a black dress.
In fact, she was very sexy.
We took a taxi to get to the restaurant.
There, we spent several hours gobbling up various delicacies and returned to the hotel only at 8 in the evening.
At the hotel, we ate a cake that Grandpa bought. Then it was time for gifts. Ashley gave me a game from the Sumo Slam series.
According to her, this is the best game in the series and I will definitely like it.
Let's see.
Gwen gave me a leather jacket that looks suspiciously like the one Ben Prime wears.
Now I know where this jacket came from.
My jacket had the same design, but the main color was blue instead of green as usual. And instead of the number 10 at the heart, I had the number 13. Gwen knows my taste buds, so jacket is totally my style and I was pleased.
Now, I also have my own signature jacket. Grandpa was surprised. He gave me a car. Well, more precisely the keys to it.
It was a 2009 Chevrolet Camaro.
Dark blue with black stripe.
The car itself is now in the garage of our house. This car, at the moment, is just a regular Camaro, without any upgrades.
According to Max, I can do whatever I want with her. Make changes, add alien technology and so on. But I can only ride it when I pass on the right. At least officially.
It was a good gift, so I thanked him with all my heart. After that, we sat for another hour and grandfather went to bed. And the girls and I kissed until midnight. We didn't go further because it's still too early. At least for Gwen, but Ashley doesn't want to hurt her, so we all tolerate it.
At 12 o'clock in the morning we finally parted and went to bed. It was an extremely long and eventful day.